We're going to bring the special board meeting of the Big Bear Area Regional Wastewater Agency to order. Russo, can you lead us into this?
Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Cool, the agenda. We only have one item on our agenda, which is the bigger presentation. And I think we're going to answer a lot of questions with that. Would the board mind that we use that public forum after the presentation? Any issues to note that? All right, so then we're just getting a motion to approve that change to the agenda. I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay.
Vice Chair Herrick,
Aye.
Director Russo,
Aye.
Director Segovia,
Aye.
Director Walsh,
Aye.
and Chair Miller.
Aye.
Can we approve the agenda, please? That was moving the motion to move at the floor.
Yes, well, then, here's one of the approving the agenda.
Oh, so we're approving the agenda? Okay.
I did it in that.
Gotcha.
All right, item number 5, presentation and introduction on the Big Bear project. Sorry.
Yes, so we have Lane Carlson, who's gonna give you a presentation, an overview of the Replenish Big Bear project and answering some of the more pertinent questions for the community and for the board to give them insight on some of the things that have been asked in the more recent times. So Lane, let you take it.
Thank you. Actually, I'm Nick Carlson with WSG, Consultant Program Officer for Big Bear. And mine out of the presentation from my seat. And please feel free to interject at any point and ask questions as I go along. You can stay until the end if you prefer. But really the purpose is to make sure that we get all the information out there to inform decisions that are coming up next. I think that's okay, I think we'll go advanced. So we can cover the background and purpose, and that's what a wide view. It's not specific to the project, but why is it important to consider keeping wastewater in the valley, and a little bit the alternatives that have been considered over the course of the last 20 years, and talk about why Replenish Big Bear was originally selected and why that is currently being pursued. And an overview of Replenish Big Bear in particular, with some additional information, I think that hasn't been presented before, that will hopefully answer some of the questions that have been asked, cover milestones to date, and then potential path forward. I think I covered all of this, so we'll keep moving. So in terms of background for why considering this project, it really all goes back to rainfall, which is the only source of water in the valley, of course. And so this graph here shows rainfall measured at the Bear Valley Dam back to 1884, which is as far back as we have data for 2022. And in the shading, the gray shading indicates wet periods, and the tan shading indicates dry periods. And so there's always been, oscillation between wet and dry periods historically. That's not a surprise, that's well known. What you see more recently is more frequent oscillations of wet and dry periods, and then just generally a decline in long-term average rainfall. And so this is what we're concerned about, and we're thinking about what else could we do to supplement local water supplies. And really the only other local water supply is, the water that comes to our land is currently discharged to the Western Valley. So since 1980, that's been about 36 billion gallons of water. And that operation was always intended to be temporary until there was a suitable use for this water on the mountain. I'll talk a little bit more about that next. So when we look back at the history of the exploration of big water solutions throughout the years, really these discussions in the community have been happening since 1964, probably sooner, but that's the first record that I'm aware of. when, it was considered putting water in stickleback ponds, or creating stickleback ponds in all of them, right? And so I'm not gonna go through each one of these, but what's excited there is that you can see, since the sixties, various alternatives have been considered. And all of the components that are currently included and being considered have been considered in the past. Recharge at Sand Canyon, discharge to Central Marsh, even the lake. And so, as early as 2005, Barwa had certified an EIR for groundwater recharge at Green Spot. That project ultimately was not implemented, but there have been many, many efforts. And something I think is really notable, two things actually. The previous leaders in Big Bear have done, I think, a really admirable job of maintaining the ability to use this water in the community. When the Big Bear Lake was adjudicated in 1977, that court document allows for reclaimed water to be used to supplement the flow to the lake. And then when the Mojave Basin was adjudicated in 1996, those are basins where, in the Lucerne Valley where it's currently discharged, through that legal process, Barwa still retains the right to use the water in Big Bear Valley in the future. So there have been a lot of actions by former leaders that have put you in a position where you have districts today. And so I really just wanted to acknowledge that. It's not an easy thing to do. Many communities find themselves, in legal battles to reclaim their water. And fortunately, that's not something I already implement at this point. So over the course of 60 years, there's been, 35 different studies prepared, 9 alternatives evaluated. I'm going to talk about each of those in a little bit more detail. And currently there are 5 partner agencies who've received collectively $18 million in grants to date, hopefully more coming. And we're really at the point where, you're considering the path forward, making decisions on next steps. And so we wanted to make sure that everyone had all of the history and catching up to get all the questions answered. And so, why now? The community has tried multiple times throughout the years. What's different now? And there are a lot of things that have changed in the last 10 years in particular, in terms of regulation. Most of the efforts over the last 60 years were stalled by lack of regulations or prohibition due to regulation. And so now I'll show you on the future slide, all of the regulations for the different types of leaves are in place. And so there are permitting pathways for these things. They're not easy, but they're at least well defined now. And that makes a pretty big difference. Funding, the state currently is having trouble funding projects like this, but we are seeing a lot of federal funding coming through. And a lot of that has been awarded already, and there's a lot more out there to be, that's really intended to fund projects like this that bring more resilience to communities. Global reuse projects have been in existence for decades. There's many, many examples of active projects and many more planned. There's been a thorough evaluation of the different alternatives and advances in wastewater treatment, and then also the ability of water quality labs to test the water down to much lower levels to really have confidence in what constituents are in the water and what treatment can include. And so we're in a much different position now than 10, 20, 30 years ago. Very much different. In terms of the evolving regulation, I won't read all of these, but reuse has been happening in California since the early 1900s. It happened until 1975 when Orange County Water District started the first groundwater recharge project. It was primarily for irrigation, agricultural and landscape irrigation. In the late 60s and early 70s, the Port Cologne Water Quality Act and the Clean Water Act established the authority to set regulation. But still for many years, there wasn't a lot of advancement in regulation. In the 90s, the state started to set goals for water recycling statewide. And as part of that commitment, they needed to establish regulations so that agencies actually had the ability to implement recycled water projects. And then starting in 2014, we really saw those all hitting. The final groundwater recharge regulations were approved in 2014. That same year, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act went into place, which required agencies who use groundwater basins who are classified as medium priority, which originally the Big Bear Basin was, to prepare groundwater sustainability plan, indicating what actions would be used to make sure that the groundwater basin would be sustainable into the future. And then the final surface water augmentation regulations were adopted in 2018, and then just in December of 2023, the direct potable reuse regulations were adopted. And so we now have regulations in place for every type of reuse that's contemplated. And that provides more certainty on, options and more certainty on the level of treatment and monitoring that's going to be required, because it's all very well defined in these regulations.
Just a real quick question on that, on the 2023, which is, that is the first time the state has finally come to the realization that you can have direct potable use of wastewater.
Yeah.
Which then now opens up the door for all jurisdictions in the state of California to build a facility like this.
Yeah, and so the direct potable reuse is actually, that's beyond what Replenish Big Bear is doing, but that could be an option for the valley in the future. That is not an alternative that has been fully evaluated. But what that would be is even more treatment than what's proposed for Replenish Big Bear. There are 2 additional treatment processes on top of the advanced treatment that is proposed. And then the water could be, according to the state regulations, then augmented into the water system, blended with groundwater. So that is not possible under the regulations. They are very, very stringent in terms of treatment and monitoring to ensure public safety. But that is possible, and there are agencies who are moving in that direction. I will say that most agencies who have access to groundwater tend to focus on doing recharge to store water in the ground. It's more cost effective typically, and you get more of that buffer, right? They call it environmental buffer, by putting it in the basin. It helps to even, improve the water quality further. So while direct potable reuse is now approved, not every agency is going to go that way, but that is something that is an option for the valley in the future. Should water conditions become more extreme than currently projected.
I just want to make sure it's clear that that's not what we're proposing.
That is absolutely not what's being proposed
No
here.
studies been done for direct potable water.
No.
Okay, so we're looking at either storing in the lake or storing in the ground strictly.
Yep, so the groundwater recharge regulations that were passed in 2014 are the ones that would apply to this project. And groundwater recharge has been happening since, 1975. Orange County Water District has been doing that, and those regulations are more well established. And they do require high level treatment that is included in the project. The DPR is kind of the next level. That's not something that's being considered.
Okay, and also, in 2014 with the Sustainable Groundwater Management Plan that we came up with
Yeah.
here, that's where recharge was sort of recharged again, as far as an idea of what to do with the water. So it was part of the plan that we submitted to the state, I believe.
Right, yeah, and the groundwater sustainability plan requires you to identify, they call it projects and management action. So what are the different things that you can do to make sure your basin is sustainable in the future? Demand management is one of them, the conservation, although the valley is already very efficient in terms of water use, and so there are limited additional opportunities to reduce demand. And then, making sure to have wells in various locations of the basin, because it is a complex basin that provides operational flexibility to access the water where it's available. And then Replenish Big Bear was identified as a way to recharge the basin and improve groundwater sustainability. It supplements the natural yield that comes from rainfall.
Thanks, Steve. And just to make it clear, we're efficient now. We were not efficient when it was on the Department of Water and Power. We're very inefficient. We're getting to the point of the time was called friendly yield or city yield. That we are actually bumping up against that and actually potentially, if not doing it at the time, drawing more out of our basin than is actually being charged, naturally recharged into the ground. So it took a big effort to get us to this point.
Oh, absolutely.
And it wasn't, we were not always efficient. And there are actually more people here now as well, drawing on the water system. We're still remaining efficient, but that was through rate increases and water. At the end of the day, it's fairly severe restrictions that are put in place.
Yeah, water shortage convinces, like, so there, absolutely, I need to commend the agencies in the community for, being good stewards of the water. This year, the state is adopting new urban water usage and, regulations, that include, the ramp down of the indoor counts per capita per day, down to 42. They're very aggressive. And they recently extended it until 2040 for agencies to comply, recognizing that it's very difficult to do. And for example, DWP is already meeting those stringent standards, so no additional conservation is required. And so that basically is a testament that you've really already done everything the state would even recommend in order to get water use down. And so for that reason, we don't feel like additional conservation, while you'll still do it in, urgent situations, it'd be difficult for customers to make significant reductions in their water use. They're already doing a great job.
Thank you.
So expanded funding opportunities is another thing I mentioned, and I won't read all of these, but these 4 programs are currently the 4 that Replenish Big Fair is already secured or is pursuing. And they all originated since 2014. And they've been expanded to make funding more accessible to reuse projects, as well as in particular to small communities. BAR was actually the first applicant, the first small community who's applying to Libya, and who's eligible for up to 80% of low interest federal loans. The typical limit is 49%. And so they've expanded funding opportunities to try to make it more attainable for smaller communities to do, groundwater sustainability recharge projects. And then a lot of the funding programs have, these multiple criteria that they're looking at. The ones shown on the screen here are from the California Water Action Plan and the SRF Intended Use Plan, which is a state and federal program. And so, they're looking at protecting and restoring ecosystems, preparing for drought, increasing regional self-reliance, funding disadvantaged communities, water recycling, and projects that have green components. And so while projects that, achieve any one of these goals tend to score fairly well, the funding programs are very competitive. And so projects that are meeting multiple goals score higher, and those are typically the ones that are more successful. And so I think that's part of the reason why, having multiple components in our leadership there has resulted in significant funding success in a very competitive market. And also the fact that it's a small community has gotten some extra points and some pieces too, because they're trying to make funding more accessible for small communities. This slide is going to get pretty messy here, but I just wanted to show you, these on a map are all of the projects that are currently permitted and operating for groundwater recharge in California. There's over 250,000 acre feet per year that's going into groundwater basins across the state, primarily in Southern California. Many of them are coastal communities who are battling seawater intrusion. And so that was the case for Orange County, why they started doing this in the 70s. And the different size dots are different size projects. And so originally we had the Orange County Water District project, which is huge. And now we're starting to see lots of smaller agencies implementing smaller local projects as well. Pursuant Oceanside, about 3,000 acre feet, and then Cambria on the Central Coast is only, they're a very small community, 700 acre feet a year. And so they're using what they have to supplement their own resources. And then I'll go through these quickly, but these are the planned groundwater recharge projects, and then reservoir augmentation. Right now it's just Water San Diego, so they'd be putting purified water in a drinking water reservoir when they're treating it. And then so that one's permitted, and these additional ones are planned. And then raw water augmentation. This is more like the direct local reuse that we were talking about earlier. And so there's some projects planned for that as well. I just want to highlight a couple that are nearby. So the 2 stars there, Sterling Natural Resource Center is a facility in San Bernardino, And it's, doing tertiary treatment and recharging the San Bernardino Basin. It started in January of this year. Ultimately, I have about 11,000 acre feet. I think right now it has about 8,000 acre feet going into the basin there. And then Yucatan Valley Water District is also doing a aquifer storage and recovery project where they're recharging recycled water into the basin and then pulling it out with wells later on. So theirs is still, the Sterling one actually was permitted in December and started up in January. And Yucatan Valley, I believe, is still working on permit. Which I don't know, like how long these things are taking, but just wanting to acknowledge that implementing projects like this is a long and really challenging path, and it takes a long time. And because of that, it's just inevitable that you'll have, changing leadership, right? General managers change, staff change, board members change, and so these projects are already challenging, and then that kind of presents some additional challenges, and it just makes it really important to keep everyone informed as we go along. And that's one of the reasons that we're doing this. It's been a while since we talked about the why and kind of this started and why are we here. And so this is just for reference timelines for similar projects. So across the top, Water San Diego, this is the first reservoir augmentation project. They started before the regulations were even written. And so that's why their, planning and pilot and regulatory period was so long, is because they were working with regulators to figure out what their regulations would be. And then once they did that, they moved into design their current construction and expecting to start up in 2026. The Sterling Natural Resource Center, which I mentioned in San Bernardino, they're working under the groundwater recharge regulations. Those were already established at the beginning. And so they spent several years planning, and then they did a design build. So they did design and construction at the same time. And that took about 6 years. So they just, as I mentioned, started up in January of this year, but about 12 years from start to finish. Pursuant in Northern California had a critically overdrafted basin. They really were very concerned about their water supply, and so they needed to expedite their recharge project as quickly as they could. But you'll see that even then it took them nearly 10 years. And so Replenish figure is along the bottom. Similarly, there's a really long planning and regulatory process to Water San Diego, and that's because although the groundwater recharge regulations are adopted, and the multiple uses and the extremely stringent water quality regulations for the lake make this project particularly challenging to permit. And so we spent a couple of years going back and forth with the regional board and the Division of Drinking Water, who are responsible for protecting water quality and public health, and trying to understand first, would they even allow this project to occur? And then what would it take? What requirements would we have to do? What level of treatment would we require? How much would that cost? How would we fund it? And so that's why the planning process for this project has been pretty significant. But we've passed most of those hurdles now. We have, I'll show you on the next slide, but feedback from the regional board that they're in the process of drafting the permit, which is great news. We recently completed pilot treatment testing. We'll be sharing out the final results of that shortly. So we're sort of moving into those next phases. We're prepared to move into those next phases and find out some of those hurdles. Okay, so for this section, I'm making an overview of the different recycled water alternatives that have been evaluated. I'm just going to focus on the ones in 2004. As I mentioned, this goes back to the 50s. In 2004-2005 timeframe, there were a lot of studies done leading up to planned implementation of a recharge project that ultimately was not implemented, but we still have that data that we can draw on. And we did in 2016, there was another study where we looked at some of those same alternatives. And then in 2018, we looked at combination alternative, the one that's now known as Replenish. So this is really an alternative, but just for comparison, those grant applications require a comparison with an alternate water source. And so there was a previous study done that showed what would it take to get imported water a big there. And not that I'm not saying it's necessarily feasible, but if it were to be done, you'd have to get new supply contracts with big water contractors. Although supplies are limited, even for their, current constituents, that may be difficult. That supply is limited or unavailable during drought. In order to use the drinking water, you need a surface water plant. And just for comparison, even to put it in the lake, you would need a surface water treatment plant. The imported water isn't just sufficient quality to meet the our standard. And so the cost of that, given the extensive infrastructure treatment and energy costs to move it up, is around $8,400 maybe, but I'll show you a comparison of how that stacks up for water alternatives. So within the valley, there have been multiple potential recharge locations considered. Van Dusen, Green Spot, and Sand Canyon. Different studies have considered combinations of these three. And you'll see that there are all different subunits of the Great Valley Basin. So it's one big basin in terms of the overall sustainable yield. And there are wells, spread throughout all these different subunits that can access the groundwater. But the basin is complex, and so depending on where you recharge, there are some nuances with what it would take to get it out and how effective that recharge would be. And so these three locations have been identified as feasible recharge locations in the valley. Van Dusen was evaluated in 2004. They didn't estimate the yield, the total acre feet per year that could be recharged there. They did some perk testing on property owned by CFD. They did some testing and found a decent recharge rate of over 1 foot per day. They noted that the recharge water, groundwater travels relatively slowly, and the recharge water would reach 10 years about 8 to 13 years. It isn't necessarily a problem if you're talking about long-term sustainability, but if you wanted to be able to extract it sooner, then some additional work might be needed. And so while this was considered feasible previously, it wasn't pursued in the 2016 study because Green Spot was a more favorable alternative at that time. And I'll just note for all of the recharge alternatives, advanced treatment upgrades and brine disposal would be required to meet the water quality regulations. And so it's essentially the same treatment process that's including Replenish there that is really the bulk of the cost. The only thing that it has to be done additionally in order to discharge the lake is a little bit more nutrient removal. So there's one additional for that. Otherwise, most of the treatment is required for this use, same as it would be for the lake. So there really isn't much of a difference in treatment cost. In 2015, we looked again at the groundwater recharge at Green Spot. The yield in that location is about 1,000 acre feet a year that could be used. And the recharge rate was quite a bit higher, over 3 feet per day. And so this is one of the reasons why that location was of interest. But because it is a relatively small basin, you have to make sure you're taking it out as fast as you're putting it in. To avoid issues with high groundwater and to be able to continue to recharge. And so it requires some additional production wells. I know the board needed operation pumping process to get that water out. So that is an additional cost for this alternative. It would require some additional extraction. And the operation would be a little bit complex. And because it has to be managed so closely, it would likely cause both CFD and PWC to have to shift a lot of their production over to this portion of the basin. And from an operational perspective, that isn't really desired because then they have to pump it back to other places. And it really isn't the most efficient. It doesn't take the best use of the existing assets. And so operationally, while this was considered feasible and it was, good recharge rate, ultimately this didn't feel like the right solution. It only used, about half of the total water, and then it was a little bit hard. We also looked at groundwater recharge at Sand Canyon in the 2016 study. Recharge testing in that area showed a recharge rate of about 2 feet per day. And there are existing wells downstream that could capture the water within about 13 months. And so no new production would be needed in this area. So this is a place where we could take better advantage of existing facilities. And this is the concept where the resort pipeline is used in the summer to convey the water up to Sand Canyon and recharge directly into the stream bed. So this is the recharge project that requires kind of the least infrastructure. Because we're either making use of existing infrastructure or recharging directly in the natural stream bed instead of building new, percolation ponds. And the waste of accommodation, of just trees, spot and companion. So big technical details, just, neither one of those locations allow all the water to be used. And so we were trying to figure out what would it take to use more of the water. And so if you were to do both sites, we get up to 1,500. When I use all of the water for recharge, you'd be looking at some additional space potentially as well. And then irrigation was considered, this was ultimately dismissed because, as you'll see in all those colored segments there, it would take a lot of pipe throughout the valley to get to the location where irrigation water is used, and even then it's not very much water. So the most cost-effective segment is the red one here, that's closest to Bartlett, and that would only use about 54 acre feet a year for irrigation. And even if you go compare it, it's 250 acre feet. And that's just because there's not a lot of outdoor water use in the valley, and it's highly seasonal. And so, irrigation is really determined not to be cost effective. And this is consistent with what a lot of communities find when they're looking at the recycled water alternatives. The those alternatives that had been looked at previously seemed like the right solution. And so there was another study of 2018 that looked at, would it be put in the lake potentially could be used for storage and would be able to take all of the water up to 2,200 acre feet. And from there, it could be used for multiple beneficial uses, multiple future slides, and provide multiple benefits. And so this is the only alternative that's been identified that could take all of the water. And the discharge to the lake is what makes it all. So as a comparison for these different alternatives, all of these numbers have been escalated to 2025 construction dollars, which is the same cost basis that the Replenish paper numbers using are in. So these are, we've escalated the previous costs to try to get them as close to how we're full as we can. And so, and that top line, we're looking at how much of the water could be used. Even, the currently proposed project uses about 93% of the water. You could someday in the future keep 100, but that other part comes in the winter when there's peak flows. And so it'd be a lot more expensive to have the capacity to manage those peak flows. So the intent is to still bypass just a little bit of the water down to the Spring Valley and just load it there, just to avoid having to increase the capacity even further. But we issue the most, and the others are, various stages. And because it is able to use more of the water, that helps make it more cost effective in terms of unit cost. So, if you're looking at being able to keep all or most of the water on a down, that one comes forward in terms of unit cost. And these capital costs are the values that have been shared previously. Any questions on the alternatives of bringing forward? The next one is a little bit of a deeper dive into the initiative there. Yeah, go ahead.
Just playing around with it now. How many gallons are ready for first?
325, 580.
1,000.
Yes, 325,581. Yeah.
Okay. And we're looking at a cost of $3,400 per acre foot. That's great. If you do the quick math of how much that is per gallon. It's about a penny a gallon.
Okay, now.
Okay. It's only coming one way. Thank you.
So these are sites, some of these you've seen before, so this information is new. And so this just walks through more specifically the proposed component of the Replenish program. So the anchor part of this program is producing a purified water source. the treatment upgrades that are required to create water that is of sufficient quality to be used really anywhere in the valley. And at one time, we considered discharging to Shea Pond, although that isn't currently being pursued, just due to a lack of, cost benefit coming out on that one in the short term. And that is something that we consider in the future, if it seems like it's beneficial. And so all of the water currently is supposed to discharge from the Pond, or it would then flow into Big Bear Lake. And then from there, a portion could be pulled out using a combination of existing resort facilities and new facilities and recharged directly in the channel and Sand Canyon. And then also benefit the groundwater basin by offsetting groundwater pumping that happens to irrigate the golf course. So that's something we call input recharge. There are two different ways to benefit the groundwater basin in this component. And so that adds up to a total of 500 acre feet per year. And then, as I mentioned, the remainder of the water really just in those major peaks would still be discharged to Luzerne Valley under our existing discharge. So I just want to clarify a little bit, because I think this has been a little bit confusing at times. So we talk about Replenish as a program, which is actually a collection of different projects. And so the first project, the one that FAR was responsible for implementing, and that is covered at the project level in the program that they are, is treatment upgrade and the pipeline to discharge to the lake. So that's the extent of improvement that are within FAR's purview as a wastewater treatment agency to treat and discharge wastewater. And so this piece of the program is partitioned off as FAR's project. And then the part of the program that would pull water out of the lake to recharge the groundwater basin, that's within the purview of water agencies. So DWP and CSD would be responsible for implementing this piece of the program. This isn't something that FAR has the authority to do. So it's part of the program, but it'll be implemented separately, but in parallel. And then, as I mentioned, Shea Pond is also considered part of the program, discharge to pond, but that isn't something that's being pursued right now. If it were pursued, I imagine that would be a joint project. There are several agencies who are responsible for making that one. So the benefits that are associated with Replenish as its scope primarily is to recover the local water for beneficial use in the Big Bear Valley, which requires a high level of treatment. And then used to recharge the groundwater basin, increase Big Bear Lake levels to support recreation and habitat. And as I mentioned, really the driver for the discharge to the lake was to have somewhere to put all the water, and then also to reduce the infrastructure required to get the water so we could recharge. And so I think that's been a benefit that's gotten a lot of attention, which is great, but really it's helpful for implementing the multiple benefits. It wasn't really intended to be the central purpose of the project. In terms of groundwater sustainability, this is a graph that's adapted from the groundwater sustainability plan. And so what you see there in purple is the projected groundwater pumping, not the combination of CSD, DWP, and then private wells. And the time period that plan goes through 2070. And so it ends out there at the end, just because there's some uncertainty in terms of growth rates and how much water will be used. And then the black line indicates the sustainable yield from the basin. And for the groundwater sustainability planning process, the state provided future rainfall projections through a lot of grids throughout the state. So you're able to pull customized data for the specific location. And that shows really a decline in groundwater yield between now and this 2070 timeframe because of a decline in projected precipitation, which is the only water source that recharges the groundwater basin. So you see in those out years, those lines get, uncomfortably close, probably like what Dr. Herrick was recalling in the past. And so system demand has gone down, but over time it's projected that the groundwater supply will also go down. And so Replenish provides an additional 500 acre-feet of safe field, whatever the safe field is in the future. It will, 500 acre-feet more as a result of the project. So we don't know exactly what's going to happen in the future. But this provides a buffer, a little bit more insurance between those supply and demand. Something else I want to highlight in terms of, how the water is used throughout the valley. This is a question that has come up relatively often. And so, there's kind of a nuance in understanding how it's distributed, because some residents and businesses receive water and sewer service from different agencies. And so, for example, more than 5,500 of GWP's water customers actually fall within the CSD sewer service area. And so you're seeing that the dark green on this map, and got a couple more. So in terms of the percent of sewer EDUs that are contributed, that are part of ARWA, 49% of the EDUs come from CFG, 46% come from the city of Big Bear Lake, and then 5% come from the county.
Can I just real quickly, when you say more than 5,500 of DWP water customers receive the service from the, is that people or services? Is that meters or meters?
It's meters.
Meters, 5,500 meters.
And so on this map, you can see the purple shading is CSD's water service area. And so 32% as of 2022, 32% of the water that was used in the valley was used in that area that's shaded in purple. And that's CSD's water service area. And then the lighter green is DWP's water service area that is outside of CSD sewer service area, 44% of water is used there. And then that darker green piece is where we have some overlap. And so those darker green areas are served water by DWP and sewer by CSD. But we're talking about water here. And so those areas collectively use about 24% of the water. And so combined within CSD service area, about 56% of the total water used in the valley happens within that boundary. And then on the prior slide, it was 49% of the sewer EDUs. And those numbers are just different because they're calculated in different ways. But I hope that helps to clarify a little bit how the benefits are distributed, how the sewer ratepayers and the water ratepayers, are basically receiving benefits from different agencies. And the total, 68% DWP and 32% CSD, those are the values that show up in the letter of intent between CSD, DWP, and ARWA, I believe was signed in 2022. 2022, yeah, and that's based on the water production that actually occurred in that fiscal year. It could change a little bit over time, just depending on where growth happens. But this is how we tie back to those numbers. That's a good question of paper. And in terms of rate level benefits, this is actually been sharing for quite a while as well. Again, we don't know what will happen in the future with rainfall. We have seen recently a decline in rainfall. And so we looked back at the actual historical records since 1977 and looked at, what were the inflows to the lake during that time? And then what would it have been if the project had been in place discharging this water? And so the black line is the actual lake levels, and then that buffer on top is what the incremental increase would have been had it been discharging, historically. And so, on average, depending on how high the lake is, that calculates out to about 4 to 6 inches per year. But you really start to see those benefits compounding during periods of dry years. So from 2011 to 2018, it was a consistent dry year period, and so every year those benefits build up. And in 2018, we're up to about 4.5 feet higher than it was based on historical data. And The graph that you're seeing here is a result of a pretty complex model that's operated by MWD as part of its water master role. And so it incorporates inflows, rainfall, extraction, dam releases, evaporation, weather factors. So it's the best available source of projection that it has. And it's very complex. It did actually use, I think, about 19 or 20 acre feet of inflow. And the project has more recently confirmed that we'll be able to recover more water from that as part of brine minimization technology that's included in the project. So the actual flow into liquid is less than 200. And so the benefits would be a little bit more than what's shown here. We don't have updated model. So just recapping this slide again, at the end of this section on alternatives and replenished big bear. So this is, these numbers are scaled forward to $2025. So this is essentially the information that was available to the board at that time in 2018. And the combination of being able to use most of the water, providing multiple benefits, and then the relative cost of the different alternatives. Really are some of the reasons why this combination of uses was selected at that time. And then in 2018 in July, we did a program kickoff with all of the boards. We discussed program goals, and at that time had a shared understanding of the program mission and benefits, and then moved forward. So that was in July 2018. It was the official start date of the particular program when we began regulatory coordination shortly after. You'll see that dashed line between 2019 and 2022. That was where we were having a lot of back and forth conversations with the regulators trying to figure out how would they implement this program, what were the requirements, what were the cost implications, and we worked really hard to try to optimize that, and ultimately ended up determining that full advanced treatment was going to be the only path forward to being able to permit use of this water in the valley. And so then we moved forward with the environmental work, the pilot testing, we did an open house last year where folks could come see the pilot equipment. We got a lot of feedback from the regional board that the project was permittable. We had submitted it's called Replenish waste discharge. It's a permit application. And just in April of 2024, we got the letter from them that said that permit application and they're going to be moving forward with the process of drafting. So that was great. And then in the meantime, borrowed from pursuing funding, been awarded full grants, started the legal loan application, and then awarded the new line contract to move forward. And throughout that time, we were going through the EIR process. I'll show you the specific timeline for that on the next slide. And now we're at the point where the board has a final EIR for consideration. And the regular meeting is entering the agenda item to consider certifying and approving the project. So key decision point in the project. In terms of environmental documentation milestones, we followed the required CEQA process, issuing a notice of preparation in December of 2022. Did 2 public scoping meetings the following January. Later that year, we published the draft programmatic EIR. And there was a public comment period that was extended once and ultimately ended towards the end of February 2024. And since that time, we've been working to address comments that were received on the draft. And we issued those responses to comments earlier this month in accordance with the CEQA requirement. And then, so there is a final EIR prepared that incorporates the comments, the responses to comments, and then any changes. And in parallel, we've worked with EPA as the federal lead agency. If ARPA secures a loan from WIPIA, it requires NEPA, the federal environmental process. The lead agency has to be a federal agency, and so that would be EPA in this case. And so they're working in parallel on NEPA completion. They can't finish that process unless the EIR is certified. And so right now, both of those things are, in process in parallel. And so if the EIR is certified, then it's anticipated that EPA could complete the MEPA by the summer. And then that is a trigger, I'll show you on the last slide, for additional grants being released to ARLA. So these things are intertwined. This is a summary of grants to date. We've seen this before as well. This is the latest information. We do have another grant application out for Title 16 for over $9 million. And we're supposed to hear back in May, although we haven't heard back yet. So hopefully we'll have more information about that soon. But $18 million have been secured so far. And that would probably max out the federal funding. And so we're going to be looking for additional state grants. Although the current state budget doesn't really allow the state to fund a lot of the programs that they would otherwise like to fund. So we're going to be watching for that, but we don't have any great prospects on state grants right now because of the state budget situation. And in terms of the overall funding and financing, we do already have 6% of the project covered in state grants that were received previously. 15% in federal grants in hand, another 10% that could potentially be awarded. That remaining project, up to 65% of that remaining project cost could be financed with WIPIA. WIPIA can pay for a grand total of 80%. And then down on the bottom left, you see a 14% says state grants or other funding sources. Really, that's just a non-federal match. You do have to have non-federal sources to get the other 20%. Where you have 16 grants, and they only 14% from other sources. And then there's been questions as well on, the program cost. And so we wanted to, this is not information that we've shared in this way before, but what you're seeing here in this line is what's called the construction cost index. And it's published by Engineering News Record monthly. And it's similar to the consumer price index, that we talk about for inflation of, a basket of specific groceries and gas, only it's for construction material. And so it goes up over time as, expected with inflation. But during COVID, it started to go up a lot more steeply and then flattened out and went up again and flattened out. So construction prices have been a lot more volatile lately. We do expect that, costs will continue to inflate. We can't predict what exactly will happen in the economy. But we did plan for that in the overall project budget. So that shaded kind of wedge you see there at the end, is the range of the actual budget that we planned in $2025. So, if the market keeps being volatile and the construction cost index goes up even as high as that very top line, that is still within the budget that's been shown. Originally, we were projecting it to be closer to that bottom line, but given the volatility, we weren't certain that would be enough. And this is where EPA really encouraged NOAA to increase the contingency because of the market volatility. And so the 86.7 million does include that increased contingency and represents that top line there. So there is a, planned buffer within the project budget. We, as I said, can't guarantee what will happen in the market, but we do have a plan to accommodate that within this scope. And this, this doesn't include us receiving additional grants as well, and so that would help. The other thing to highlight is in 2022, federal government has what they call Build America, Buy America, which means that any federal funding has to be used on projects where they meet these Build America, Buy America requirements. And those requirements are still being developed, but for treatment projects, it's particularly challenging because there are some pieces of the treatment equipment that aren't currently manufactured in the United States, and really are low. And the pieces that are, the costs are generally higher. And so, while most agencies are happy to comply with the Buy America mandate, for these projects, it's really difficult. Is not all of the materials are even available. And it would probably result in a significant cost increase, although we don't have enough information right now to quantify. So the really key thing is that right now, because the Replenish project was started before this code, there's a waiver. And so you will not have to comply with the Build America Buy America requirements if the Whitfield loan is closed. Because EPA will provide waiver because they're providing most of the funding. If that EPA loan is not closed, then you wouldn't have access to a waiver. And in order to use the federal funding, the grant funding for reclamation, then you'd have to incorporate Build America Buy America, and it could increase the project cost. If you're not, I can't provide an estimate how much. So that's, I think, a key thing to think about in terms of financing and the question of, why now? This is a really unique situation with this new law being passed in the So in terms of the path forward, planning is relatively complete, and we're at the point where the board is considering approval of the secret document and the program, prepared, if that goes forward, to move into design. And I'll show you on the next slide, sort of where the actual construction costs come in. It's something we've been talking about. We don't know what will happen in the market. Many agencies have been surprised with how bids are coming in. And so once you see those actual construction costs, obviously you'll have much better information. And then following that, there's a couple of years of construction monthly, and then you just have to have your final discharge permit before you begin operation. That's in the works. We don't need it to begin design and construction. So that hurdle is a little elsewhere. So this, I believe, is the final slide. And wanted to lay out a program milestone sequence. So you can see how some of these different activities are connected. This isn't a timeline that's spaced out, in time per se. It's more about the sequence. So on the technical track, we're working currently on the pilot plan report completion, and then we're going to use that to update the facility plan and the engineering process here. That will be available in the fall. And then we'll move into final design. On the financial side, the EPA STAG grants that have already been awarded to borrow it, but the funding isn't yet available because you have to complete NEPA first. So as I mentioned, EPA will be completing NEPA as part of the Whitfield loan. So if the EIR is certified, and if borrower moves forward with the Whitfield loan to complete NEPA, then those two steps would allow you to get access to that STAG grant funding in combination with non-federal match. Those are needed to complete the final design process. And then you just would need to close the Whitfield loan before you go out to bid. Whitfield loan will be needed to support construction. And so that process can be deferred a little bit. The actual closing of the Whitfield loan. And then once you have those construction bids, there's that big decision point. Does it meet our budget? Do we want to award these contracts? In terms of regulatory, I mentioned we have a letter of complete application. And so we'll probably do a little bit of back and forth with the regional board as they draft their permit. And they're very, very busy, resource constrained with many agencies. And so I expect it's going to take them quite a while to get a draft permit. They do not think we'll have it before before you would start construction, which is fine. It's not needed. We'll have a good idea of what the requirements are. You don't actually need to have them in hand until, the week before you discharge. Obviously, we'd like to have it much, much sooner. But that is not on the path. And in terms of partner funding operation agreements, there were, the initial MOUs from 2018. More recently, there have been letters of intent that the agencies are working towards. And then again, some of the, I think, draft and final agreements are going to be dependent on what's in the permit, and then maybe the actual construction costs as well. And so those things also can be developed later and are very commonly done at the end of projects. Once more information is known, but based on kind of an understanding between partners up until that point. And so this is from an implementation perspective, this is kind of a sequence of how things, could work. Should be decided for. And so that is the last slide. Answering other questions that you may have.
Thank you, Wayne. Any questions, board members? Russo? Yeah. David Stogan? Walsh?
Sure. Okay, a very similar presentation was done Monday at the CSD. But 10 new pages of information were added. So I had a bunch of questions then, which hadn't been made known to this public. Are you aware of a full page ad in our local paper saying that the MWD saw absolutely no value of this water to them?
I have seen that ad.
I didn't get a chance to ask Monday. Do you happen to know at what depth of water in the marsh it has to be before it finally flows through the culverts under Stanfield?
I do have that number, but not on the top of my head. I think it's, David. Yes.
4.5 feet. Is the bottom of the culvert.
From the deepest part of the marsh?
From to the inlet, from that side of the inlet to the bottom of the culvert is 4.5 feet. So I don't know about that's the deepest part, because there could be some isolated deep parts.
And do we know at that point, what are the surface acres in the marsh?
I have
Generally,
calculated
I'm not,
that number. I don't have it.
I thought it was to the 12 or 19 acres of the marsh, but unfortunately,
I don't
MWD is not
your
here.
decimal points, I'm asking because I know from experience, having worked for the MWD, that the lake on a warm, windy day in the summer can lose 3 inches a day
Okay.
off the surface. And so I'm trying to consider if we have to keep 4.5 feet of water in the marsh, just to get it to the lake before we even consider pumping it. The same thing. How much water we're already inheriting as loss, because we're talking about keeping the water in the valley. Well, putting the water in the lake only to have it evaporate is, to me, less attractive than putting it in the ground table where it doesn't evaporate.
Yeah, a portion of the water does evaporate once it goes into the marsh and the lake. And that is accounted for in the modeling that MWD did, the one that shows the lake levels of the project. And so that has been accounted for when we're talking about, the net result.
Okay. Mr. Herrick made comment that the water came out to what, less than $1 a gallon? Right next to it.
Bring closer.
You still can't hear it?
I hear you when
I
you talk.
can't pull it either.
She's not at you again. Bring it closer.
So Larry, just to clarify, it's about one penny
Penny
per gallon, not $1.
Because I had asked Monday night that the letter of intent valued water at about $866.82 an acre foot. But then this chart values it at $3,400. And the reason I had initially tried to correlate those two is we had heard that, well, the MWD has no signed agreement to take on this water, that we could look at it as in like kind services. And so using the lower price, I figured that if they're gonna get 1,200 or 1,500 acre feet in the lake versus the 500 to Sandy Canyon, then that value was somewhere in the area of $2 million. So that's why I was asking how we're working this whole system out. And that's, you also said that the DWP is efficient, whereas CSD is not so much. I don't remember exactly how the words you put it, but when we were looking at the studies as to efficiency in the sustainability aspect, this, the current station where we are considered to be fairly efficient is not dependent on this project. That's right now, here and now, pumping versus usage versus, as a way of measuring how much finally is used in the household. It's how much of what is pumped versus how much reaches the sewer plant. And therefore, anything that doesn't reach the sewer plant could be assumed to be outside use or non-household use. Is that fair?
Unfortunately, I'm a little confused by the question.
If I pump 100 gallons into your house,
Okay,
but only 50 gallons reach the borrow plant,
okay,
then the other 50 gallons were apparently not used in the house, but instead outside, such as lawn watering, car washing, boat hole washing, those kind of uses.
that would be, I mean, that's an accurate statement, what you're saying. The exact figures, you'd probably look to Reggie, who'd probably be able to help you with exactly what those actual numbers look like, because they have figured those numbers out. Far as what actually comes through the meter and actually makes it to our plant, as opposed to what actually, there's usually a percentage. Down the hill, it's usually a 50-50. Up here, I don't think that number is 50-50. It's much less, probably in that 80-20 range or something like that.
80 reaches the plant, 20 doesn't.
No, 80 reaches the plant, about 20% doesn't, and maybe it's even less than that.
Yeah, I'd have to,
Yeah.
I looked up that number, but it's in that range.
Yeah,
I can share that the new state regulations that are being considered for adoption this year are based on a calculation that the state has estimated for indoor water use, per capita. And then they actually looked at aerial imagery to determine irrigable area. And they look at rainfall factors. It's a pretty complex equation. And then they also look at water losses, commercial outdoor use and commercial indoor use. So they add all of those things up, and each agency gets a number, a total water use number that would be considered meeting those efficiency standards. And between now and 2040, that number ramps down. And so, as an industry, generally the feedback from agencies that those are very, very aggressive. So compared to those numbers, they are drafts, but compared to those numbers, DWP is already meeting those numbers, and CFP is very close. I think by 2040, it's a 4%, actually 7% reduction for CSD by 2040 to meet those numbers. And so it's measured on a whole. They don't think you calculate specifically numbers, et cetera.
And are we talking then with standards from 3 years ago, or their target of 42 gallons per person per day?
It incorporates the 42 gallons per person per day that's in the California Water Code that runs down. It does incorporate that.
Because I asked Monday night, we have been given figures from the county in terms of build out for the CSD. We currently, if you put the 6,000 gallons, 6,000 customers that we have now, their forecast would be 7,000 plus, or roughly 17% increase from right now. And you acknowledge that right now, you didn't know if those figures, taking into account the governor's new, I call them granny flats, ADUs. He would like to see everybody put at least one granny flat. mother-in-law apartment waiting on my property. He'd like as many as 3 if you can fit them. So to say that we could be headed for 7,000 customers, it could even be 14,000 or more. We don't know. And so I was suggesting that in the options you mentioned here about Sand Canyon alone, Green Spot alone, combination of the lake, et cetera, something that was not considered, not mentioned, would be that we will, even if you do this project, you can eventually outstrip your production. And so conservation usually costs much less than reclamation. And that I know it's heresy, but to say that perhaps we need to start throttling expansion, development, construction. Elaine Lucas from Board of Realtors was here. John and I probably got 3 dozen form letters advocating for this. And I can see that for someone who makes their living off selling real estate or building spec houses, this has great value because they see it as keeping up the value of the property. For the gentleman, one of which contacted and said, as a CSD sewer customer, why should I pay to put water in the lake? A person who lives at the end of Baldwin and commutes daily to go work in the school district in Apple Valley, never sees the lake, assigns no value of the lake to themselves, could definitely feel that it's not that valuable to them. And yet I'm told that in the CEQA process, whether it's of value to you is not part of the public process. It's establishing the impact on the desert tortoise, for the rubber boa, or the chicken-footed or bird-footed checkerboot. That's what's given more import than whether you can afford this program on your limited income. And of course, the response has been, at least one city council member said, if you don't like it, move. That to me is not considering public input. So I'm bringing that up. That's also part of the project, the program that's been presented has advocated for the benefit of this water to keep the marsh green, to provide, it does say habitat in here. One person mentioned we should keep our lake blue. Those aspects I don't see in the study in terms of it could be a teaching facility. That I don't see as part of CEQA. Is it?
The impacts to the marsh and the lake as part of the
Well, the aesthetics, Mr. Ludicky objected to solar panel. But the response was in effect, aesthetics aren't part of the CEQA process.
No, that's not true.
Well, then, if they are, then shouldn't his objections have some merit?
How is the one from the people to answer that question?
That's a good thing. At the bottom.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Kind of.
Sort of. Good evening, everyone. This is Charity Schiller from the Luke's office, assisting with CEQA issues. Aesthetics are a topic of full analysis in the environmental impact report. I think the question that may come up was with regard to individual private views And the analysis approach in the environmental impact report refers in large part to the county standards for aesthetic analysis. And really what the CEQA process is focused on and what those standards are focused on are the overall public views and whether the project would negatively impact aesthetics from a broader public view. So would the project, for example, block a scenic vista? That's a question that is expressly addressed in the EIR. The question of, would an individual person view from their individual home be affected? That is not so much the focus of CEQA because that is a private interest as opposed to a public environmental impact.
So the public, the greater public could include Native Americans wanting to say what color the liner was on the salt pan.
I'm not aware if Native
Yeah.
American tribes made that.
They did, yes.
Yeah.
They did make that request to have some input on the color of the color of the liner.
And I thought it had to do with the view from the eye of the dog, et cetera. So if it's a matter of the larger impact, then,
It's a matter of the larger impact. Yes.
okay. And those people, as we had the young lady come up, I don't remember her name, it was a German sounding last name, but a British accent speaking. She deals with seniors, people who she advocated for in terms of fixed incomes,
Okay.
who were saying, yeah, we'd like to see the water kept here, but I simply can't afford this. And so is that something, is the return on investment, is the fiscal impact on people part of CEQA or not?
Let me address the economic question. So California, CEQA is the California Environmental Quality Act. So like many acts, it is focused on a particular topic, which is environmental impacts. So under CEQA, purely economic impacts, purely social impacts are not within the purview of CEQA's analysis because it is an environmental law. However, just to be clear, that does not mean that this board cannot consider those issues. Of course it can. You are in your role as a decision-making body and able to consider the pros and cons and benefits of the project outside of environmental issues. But CEQA itself is focused on environmental matters.
Well, that's why I was distinguishing that the checker bloom is case sensitive. My lawn, or my view, or my budget is not, because it's an environmental issue.
Would you still like me to respond to the tribal issue? All right, so this is Caitlin Dawson Hamilton from Tom Dodson and Associates, and the environmental consultant at the PA or alum that speaking back to the office. So AB 52 is an assembly bill that requires government agencies to consult with the local tribes. Those tribes have to first initiate consultation with you and say, we want you to notify us of projects. And so in this case, you have the San Manuel Nation were contacted and were concerned about the pond lighting color, primarily from the standpoint of the fact that Baldwin Lake is very important to their origin story. And so changes to Baldwin Lake from what it looks like now, they just wanted to have a little bit of input because they believe that that's a sacred space to them. So that's why they reported a different input, is because that's actually not considered a view, it's considered a tribal cultural resource. So it's analyzed under that topic. I know it may seem
Okay,
strange, but that's.
but we also understand that we're not talking Baldwin Lake, we're talking here, beyond the plant, right? The 53.
Yeah, the evaporation pond, correct.
Right, okay. Thank you. New to previous presentations Monday was this whole map of projects throughout the state. And I appreciate this, it's helpful. What is missing or at least to me would have seemed pertinent, is the costs of each of these projects. Because I can look at some of the smaller ones, can't tell in Carpinteria, Burbank, these are more on the scale of what we're doing. The huge ones, Orange County. Big Bear is different. Everybody agrees, I think. So the impacts to us and the cost to us, just because everybody else is doing it, we need to look at how it impacts our ratepayers and our valley.
Yeah, no,
I'm not asking you to generate all those figures. But I do know that, a constituent sent me an article about Rose State Mental Hospital that was shut down.
Island?
Camarillo.
Thank you.
Okay.
Camarillo, I think it was. That was going to do a refurbishment of their sewer plant, not build a new one, just refurbish. It was $160 million. So they were kind of asking, you know, what we're spending versus that. I don't know the details, but it was something that is in the public concern.
yeah, I mean, I could provide information on some of these projects if that was interest, but to your point, it's a local decision based on your local options. I'd be happy to provide, you know, comparisons for other projects of this scale, if that would be helpful to the board.
I don't know that it's worth your time and your cost. Yes, it's a consideration. You did mention, and I asked Monday night, that recently the Forever Chemicals finally achieved state and federal standards. And we acknowledge that these can change over time, and we can build a plant right now that meets the standards. But the state can then turn around tomorrow and change those standards and make us either obsolete or cost prohibitive. That's not unreasonable to say.
It's not unreasonable, specific to the forever chemicals, PFAS and PFOA. The proposed treatment process includes reverse osmosis, which does remove those particular constituents down to a level of non-impact. So the project would not be impacted by that particular new regulation. You also asked about microplastics, right, which is another emerging regulation. And I did look into that since you asked me on Monday, and there just isn't enough science in the industry yet. They're monitoring for the existence of microplastics in water bodies, and they haven't yet determined what the treatment would need to be. Yeah, I mean, RO does remove constituents down to a very, very small size, and so by having that in your treatment process, it will make you more resilient to a lot of, these impending regulations. We can't be certain. But most of the, treatment plants in the state do not have reverse osmosis. And the state does have to consider the cost of, adding these new regulations. And so I think that the impacts to all the treatment plants across the state would be higher than for a facility that does already have RO. I can't say for certain what the new regulations would be. It is possible that you would potentially have to add another process in the future to meet any new regulations that might come out. That is very likely technically feasible, but it could come with an additional cost to your point that we wouldn't know at this.
Just to clarify though, there's a process that we have to go through when we get a permit, right? So we get a permit and they renew a 5-year process.
Correct.
So in a 5-year process, if we get, they'll give us indication that we're going to be moving to a next level. There's new regulations, we get notifications. So that is not an uncommon situation that happens. Similar to like what we just went through with Lucerne Valley. We got new regulations making us start to monitor for E. coli in the And then monitoring wells in the Lucerne Valley, giving us the indication that there could be some additional treatment processes that may require us in the future. So that's the same kind of thing that we would get with this process. We would get, notification of some changing regulations. And then we, would, be in contact with them and they give us some guidance on, what they see the new regulations, the impending regulations, and then, then we would get a new permit 5 years. And they would give us time to implement any new processes that we would have to put in place.
And we could expect then new costs, we have to raise rates to cover those.
It depends on if RO already, because like Lane indicated, RO is one of those pretty universal filters, should we say, lack of a better word, processes that covers a gamut of many different constituents, and it does a really, really awesome job cleaning up to a level. I mean, they're the size of the filters, it does clean most everything that out of there. So I wouldn't want to make a blanket statement that we might have to add another process. We might just have the same process. It might just be already covered in our RO. So I wouldn't want to just make a blanket statement that we would have to add a new process. I don't know that to be fact.
Well, and as she said, it's emerging. We don't know all the ground rules yet.
Right.
But I asked because an article had said a single tea bag, meaning the fabric making it, could bring in 1.6 million microparticles.
Right.
And it's acknowledged it's in our bloodstream, in our gut, it's everything.
Right, and that might already be the case, and it might already be in our water system. The PFAS is another one that's been just like that, and that's already showing up in our water systems. And so, that could all could happen, but again, emerging regulations, we would adapt to those situations.
I'd just like to add to that, because I think you kind of brought up a point that has kind of bothered me a little bit, is that there's a perception out there that because we send this affluent to Lucerne Valley, it's like a get out of jail free card. And it's not. And some of these standards that you're talking about right now could be imposed on us tomorrow, regardless of whether we, went forward with something or not. And we would still be doing that type of treatment under our phone in the Lucerne Valley. So I don't want people to think just because we send it to Lucerne, we can say, okay, our hands are, we don't have to worry about this anymore. I mean, that standard could be imposed on when it leaves the pipeline right here. Those changes could be imposed. Like California.
2026.
What California's doing
Yeah.
tomorrow morning, I don't
Right.
know.
Right, I mean, we have time to comply, but 2026 is our next permit date.
It's 2026, on 2026.
2026, yes.
Those standards could apply to that permit.
Definitely could, could make us comply to that permit. It's definitely not, and remember, that's somebody else's aquifer, right?
Right.
So we have a responsibility, if we're putting this water down, we'd have a responsibility to ensure the safety of their aquifer too. So, you know what I mean, just like ours, we have that same responsibility for theirs.
And I bring it up because I don't want people to assume that if you look back over time, was as recent as 2022, that the city was talking about this project with a price tag of 44 million. We are now 50% again on top of that. So you can't just assume that 85 million will be our get out of jail card either. And I brought up, and I thought I got an agreement that to say that this program can keep the lake full or drought-proof the valley are not appropriate.
As far as drop the valley, I mean, obviously you saw we added 500 acre feet to the water sustainability of the valley. That's helpful. It definitely doesn't keep the lake full. So that's a misnomer that somehow got out there. And it's not going to drought proof our valley, but obviously it makes a huge impact on the need for additional groundwater need in our valley. I mean, it's huge. I mean, if you figure that, we use 3,000 acre feet. And we use 3,000 acre feet a year of drinking water, right? 3,000, 3,100, if you, combine, if we're going to if this is going to allow us to recharge the aquifer 500 acre feet. I mean, that's about what, 20% or so?
But it's also true that DOT and the CSD, both in compliance with the state, have created a minimum 5-step water emergency response plan.
Okay.
And as drought conditions drop our well levels, we will, to manage the water, to be sustainable, we will cut back what people are allowed in their house as customers.
And again, that's that's more of a water purveyor. It's more a Reggie and a Glenn question, but I believe that is a true statement. The 5-step process is a true statement.
And that water aspect is because that is where you're going to get your raw materials here at the plant to be able to produce this water to make yourself sustainable. And if we cut your usage in half, pretty likely you will have only half as much water here at the plant and therefore cannot produce enough water to make it drought proof. I agree, it will make it more resilient as long as it doesn't go on too long.
I wish that was the only source of water that I got was directly from the sewer lines and directly from the water use in the pipe, but that's not the only source. We have a tremendous amount of I&I. I don't know exactly what that accounts for in our total, comes into our plant, but we get a tremendous amount of I&I coming into our system. So it is not the only source of water, which is the, turning on the tap and flushing the toilet that comes to our plant is quite a bit otherwise.
But you apparently are in agreement that this program cannot drought proof the valley.
I'm in agreement that it does not, I mean, you really, the water guru sitting there could probably say it better. He could probably make that statement better than I can. You might want to ask him. He's the guy that, he's the guy. When it comes to water, that's the man right there.
Monday night, you sat in the audience and you did not challenge the response I got.
I wasn't asked. I don't like to upstage anyone's board meeting. Does it drought proof? No. Does it make it more resilient? Yes. Rough estimates is it will extend our water supply another 50 years, which is very good.
45 roughly on the charts.
Yeah.
But I've also asked over the last 2 years, each time this has come up about filling the lake and drought proofing the valley, to please stop saying that. Don't present that in public. And yet this board packet still has it in it that it will drought proof. That's why I do that.
I'm not aware of any place in the document, maybe you could point that to me where it says it's drought proofing.
Page 624.
We'll take a look at that.
We'll take a look at it. Obviously, we're not trying to,
Hard to find because the index mentions that page, but the pages aren't numbered.
we're not trying to give you a project that drought proofs the valley. We're trying to give you a project that makes the valley more sustainable. And that's so, that's not the intent.
We did double check the language in the EIR and I searched for the word proof and it was our intent to make sure that it was not characterized in this way. I do agree with you, it's not drought proof. It's more resilient, and so our intent was for the EIR to reflect that, not to include the statement. So if we missed one, that was our mistake.
Yeah, and we apologize. So it's we intendedly looked for those words.
Do you know, in your presentation, I mentioned the bike park.
It is.
It's not in here.
It's not,
Is
yeah.
that because it's a late addition?
No, the bike park is an opportunity, that could still be pursued. By producing the water and storing it in the lake, it's available. And so should the agencies decide to, enter into agreements with the resorts to use a portion of the water in that way, that could still be done. And, that's not specifically covered in an EIR. And it's not a project that Barwa itself would implement. And so that's why it's not central to these materials, but it is still an opportunity, that could be pursued.
And if I may, Mr. Wolf, the resorts currently have a allotment, I believe, up to 1,300 acre feet a year to make snow. They could augment, and they average around 1,000. So, and their 10-year average is 1,100 acre feet a year, and they're about 100 acre feet a year under that. So if in the future they wanted to amend their agreement with NWD to use the water for the bike park, they still have a buffer in their existing agreement to do it. So they would have to go either use more water for snowmaking, but it'll be a long time before they need to, explore using project water or program water for the bike park. That's why it's something that's way down.
Well, and I bring it up because in the presentations, you'll show 2,000 to 2,200 acre feet in the lake. But then you also say 500 Sand Canyon, 120 of that going to the golf course, 380 acre feet going into the aquifer, and then they throw in the bikes. Ultimately, if you add up all the numbers on that sheet, it's more than what you say you're producing. And so I'm concerned that, again, we are presenting to the public a presentation that could be misleading.
I think that's accurate.
Yeah, I don't know.
You qualify that, please.
The graphic shows, let's see, the presentation went down, the graphic showed 2,200 being produced and going into Stanville Marsh. And then it shows 120 and then 380 coming out. So 500, 22 going in, 500 coming out. It does not show the potential bike park usage, but at most, I think we talked about that being in 120.
Yes.
Which would be 620 coming out. And so the, things like evaporation are specifically reflected on here. So not all of that difference necessarily seasonally. But I don't see where we're over counting.
And the chart I'm referring to was not made part of this one, but in past charts. And I've probably got it online, which means it's still out there for the public to read. The numbers don't add up.
Yeah, I mean, I have never seen a chart that exceeds the amount of water that we're producing. I've never seen a chart that actually exceeds that water that we're producing. I'm not aware of one unless somebody not of this agency.
This kind of chart, I'll have to find it for you.
Yeah,
If
because
you could please, we'd like to check.
Yeah.
It's misleading.
nobody in this agency would have put that up like that.
It's difficult now to retract that because like anything online, once it's out there, that's what's being seen. And so I'm asking that, much like asking about the filling the lake and drop it in the valley, that kind of thing come out of the process.
Yeah, there is no, at this point, I'm not aware of any accounting that exceeds the amount of water that we're putting in there.
If you say that you're gonna produce 2,200 acre feet and it shows that as being put in the lake, well then, if you're gonna put 500 in Sand Canyon,
Okay,
then it shouldn't be 2,200 acres in the lake, because now you've implied there's 2,700 acre feet, and that's not what you're doing.
oh, okay, well, we are gonna put 2,200 acre feet into the lake, for sure. give or take, like Lane said, it's, give or take based on the brine minimization, process. So any amount of water that's taken out of the lake would come from the lakeside. But we are always, as Barwa, we will produce what we get in, and we will produce it, and it will go to the lake, and anything that's accounted for after that will be subtracted from that number.
I just look, I did both, we're running a little bit short on time.
Yeah.
I think that's gonna address anything else, Mr. Walker, we need to move on. We only have 20 minutes left, but there's still two of us. We're gonna have to really public comments and how we want to deal with that after this, so. Anything else, Mr. Walker?
No.
Eric?
And I'll try to be very brief. Right now, we're at the pilot plan report, completing a technical section on page 46 of the presentation. The facility plan and updated cost estimates, that's the phase when we actually do the design. Therefore,
It's kind of still for the preliminary design, so what we'll do then is take what we learned during the pilot, report to based on the performance of the specific equipment that we tested, and what changes might we need to make in order to produce consistent water quality that meets the regulations that we're anticipating. And then incorporate that into a revised facility plan, and then produce an updated engineer's cost estimate for any changes to the treatment. For example, we're gonna take out the denitrification filter. We found that wasn't effective during piloting. And instead we'll have a different process that will achieve a better outcome. And so the facility plan and updated cost estimates will incorporate those process changes, and along with that, we'll have an updated engineer's cost estimate. And that facility plan will detail what will be included in the final design. And from there, then we'd be in a position to actually start preparing design plans.
yeah, what I'm trying to add is to get to the design plan phase. I think it's an important phase for us to get to, because the cost keeps coming up over and over again.
Yeah.
And we can't really nail down a cost until we have an actual design plans and it goes to bid.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah, so in the fall, this facility plan and updated cost estimate will give you an updated engineer's cost estimate. It'll still be at a relatively preliminary level. So it'll be another check to see how we're tracking with what we previously estimated. And then, if design proceeds from there, it would go out to bid, towards the end of 2025, and then we have the actual construction bids at that time, which is obviously a contract number to deliver the scope of work.
And essentially, we have basically grant money in place to get to the design engineering phase to get us to the bid portion.
That's correct.
And the money has been determined that won't be recalled. If we don't, in other words, the money is there for us to get to that point.
Yeah, this is we have a grant that pays for the design. That's correct.
I just think it's really important to get to that phase. So
Yeah.
that we can actually, at that point, that's still a trigger point, correct, where we can make a decision.
Yes, at that point, the board would decide whether or not to award the construction contracts for the bid amount. And that's when you would have, the final cost. You would probably incorporate a contingency at that point, but that's included in the budget as well. But that's the time where you see, what is the real cost of this within what we budgeted.
Okay, just to make it clear, that grant money exists, it's already been granted to us.
Yeah, the $5 million from the state has been granted, and then there's another nearly $3 million from EPA STAG. So that has been granted, but Borough can't access it until the NEPA process is finished. And so it does have a link to the WIPIA process, because that's how you complete NEPA.
Yeah, so the STAG grant itself, once we certify the EIR, if the board chooses to certify the EIR, we will submit that to the STAG, the certification to the STAG, and they will use it for the NEPA process. So then we can submit our full application with our specific application with a specific task that we're gonna perform in that with that stag grant. And that will,
I understand it's a little complicated,
it is a little complicated,
but
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to drive home a point.
Right, so we need the certification to get the grant application approved. So that way the grant will pay for the design. Once we get the design complete, then we can come back to the board for authorization to advertise the project. We will authorize to advertise the project. And then we'll get bids in, and then at that point, again, the board can make a decision whether they want to move forward or not.
And we did confirm with EPA that stagger about 2.96 million, that if that money was used for design and then the project was not constructed, that they would not be pulled back, that the design was an eligible use of that funds. We reached out to the staff to confirm that.
So if I understand this correctly, if we can, going on, that if to complete the requirements of that grant, we have to complete the CEQA process, is that what you just said, or?
That's correct.
Yeah.
And if we don't complete the CEQA process, then we don't get reimbursed for them.
That's correct.
Yeah, you can't apply for the funds until you complete the CEQA process, but because the funds have been congressionally appropriated, you will certainly get them after you apply, but they won't accept your application until the CEQA process is complete.
Very interesting. I'm gonna refer some of my questions, when we go to the IR discussion. Thank you very much, very full presentation, I think it's really good. And hopefully we can get this out on the internet day. I expect two things that kind of fascinating in the presentation was how intertwined and intermingled both the water and sewer services are for CSD and bigger. Actually, let's look at it on a map, it's a little bit more dramatic than.
Yeah, we've been saying it, but that was part of the whole process is to make sure that it's more a visual base. And that's why, Lane has said, hey, we should put something like this together because it's more impactful when you see it visually.
Yeah, it is. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
And there's one other point that I thought was kind of interesting is that in looking at the chart that talks about how full the lake would get to page 36 and how full the lake would be with Victor, with this project, but I think more interesting than what I found on this chart was that out of the last 50 years, the lake was dropped below 16 feet 4 times. And 3 of those times have been in the last 14 years. And that it had never dropped below 14 feet if this project had been in place. But it kind of indicates that there's a trend of this lake dropping deep more and more as time goes on. And I guess I don't know if we have those long-term numbers or anything, it can be, projected out in the future, but it kind of gives you the sense of the trend is that it's slowly dropping over time.
Yeah, I think the rainfall data does indicate that, and I know, Reggie actually looked into that, because as part of his purview is to look at things like that. And you may be able to shed a little light on that.
And we use the data from the dam, which goes back to 1885, but then we more recently doing apples on apples, we did it from 1977, where we have data from 1977, both at the dam and at CSD, so we get a better look at the valley. And what was interesting in that, and looking at the data at the dam from 1885 to now, it drops about 8 inches. The trend line is, which isn't, it is simply you put the data in an Excel spreadsheet and you hit trend, and that's what it plots out for you. When you do it from 77 to current time, it drops 7 inches in that same time period. So there's a trend to longer dry periods currently in the last 50 years. So if you can, being rainfall is our only source of replenishing our aquifers, you're looking at a 5 to 10% reduction in water supply over a 50-year period. And that's where I came up with adding 500 acre feet is approximately extending our water supply by 50 years. So like you said, the lake has dropped 3 times below 14 feet in the last few years, the rainfall data kind of supports that too. And it also, the rainfall data also supports that chart that Lane showed, that was a result of the new way to calculate perennial yield as part of the Groundwater Sustainability Act. So all 3 of those things kind of say, yeah, that's kind of the trend it's going to.
Thank you. Coming back to the board on this, we've got quite a few people who want to, should we, since we have to start our meeting at 5, should we just go ahead, conclude this meeting and then roll over the public comments, the comments that people want to talk to this, into the public forum? It comes up first on the next agenda.
Mark, can you comment on that?
Yeah, I'd rather run the meetings in parallel. We need to offer a public comment period for the special meeting.
Okay, I understand. Okay, so you have to run the.
So I can open up the 5 o'clock meeting, but I wouldn't close the special meeting until our public comment.
Can we take, should we, if you want to recess for 10 minutes, 15 minutes? And come back and start the regular meeting? Is that okay?
And then we can go right into public comment.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, that's what, is that, we good with that? All right, so what we're gonna do is gonna recess until 5 o'clock. Hi. How are you doing? Good, how are you? Yeah, I'm seeing, good to see you as well.
Well, then we get to this. His numbers don't have their numbers. Where we can go. This is a recent one from especially this time, and we doesn't address the issues. Speak up.
No, absolutely.
You asked the right question. Doesn't matter. It's not- it's good. I don't know whether. I haven't. But, you know, I brought up last time. Oh, yeah, right. For the military. I'm thinking, wait, yeah. But anytime, we're gonna have to. And it's a lot.
Yeah.
There are multiple smaller.
Is that a federal?
But they and then we have the contract, right? So it's important. It's I got to move the contract. So election. I also went to. President. And loans, one of the best wastewater. And
Yeah.
the last time we was. I don't know, go back to. This was 40 years ago. Yeah. We opposed all this. Yeah. In the valley. Slopes, the sides off the ocean. And that'll get. They're okay with. Well, we have several issues. In the valley. We have their. What they're gonna do, which is. This what it's gonna apply to the. So the fees every month. It's never interfered. So the question is, how much is that? And then the question is, why can't they just dump it out here? Because I'm nice. I'd love to see any part per million count. I gotta take that. Crazy. Yeah, Mother Nature does is just. We know gravity. We know real gravity. We'll just say it exists. But industry standards this, right? Well, people know the word gravity, so we'll get it protected. Water flows. Stage here, and it's not. Same thing. To the fan.
Yes.
The ionic bond of the water. It is all the water. Water used to be the bond. All the way out to paradise. And like the parts take long. But if people don't. Which one is this really? March, where they were the plants. Take out the natural. Mother nature. The whole creator circuit, but we can have animals that can do this. I've worked with wastewater.
Chapman. There's a whole bunch of them here. That's the problem. But I mean, water, how many parts per million come out of our tertiary plant? There. Also, the idea is. Are those, is that, is parts per million, there's three. Will. Have to meet certain.
That door open.
Are you willing
I should have brought you stickers, I'm sorry.
That's a really good point. Yeah.
Should have brought
I don't think red in the teeth, yeah.
That one hits the spot.
Jim, where's the?
How are you doing, man? Good. How are you? Just hanging in there. Back.
Because I wouldn't think better way to do it is to have it wake up correctly.
So you'll.
Oh, yeah.
The words like.
Yeah.
And then after the. Yeah. Okay.
We can go ahead and do that. We're on the meeting.
So then we open the private meeting, go to the special meeting, and then come back to this.
We if you want to. Just as long as we don't close the one until after.
We'll let it go.
Saying. So long. That's the.
We're gonna bring the 3 o'clock meeting back to order and then open up the 5 o'clock meeting. I believe we can discuss the budget later. We've done that 3. Can we have approval agenda for our 5 o'clock meeting? I'll move it. Second, approval agenda.
Our second.
Vice Chair Herrick.
Aye.
Director Russo.
Aye.
Director Segovia.
Aye.
Director Walsh.
Aye.
And Chair Miller.
Aye. So what we're gonna do, if you were here for the 3 o'clock meeting, we're gonna open up the public forum and I know there's quite a few people wrote up speakers part, so we're going to go through the speakers part. We have a 5-minute speaker. This is, we have, please keep in mind that the EIR is another agenda item on this. So if you wish to speak today specifically, you'll need to wait for them, but if you have comments on a previous presentation, comments on the project, now is the time. So if you want to go ahead and bring the call first.
Tom, are you still here? Okay, I'll hold this card. Joyce?
I'm actually an educated person. I have degrees and I'm an entrepreneur and also a motor carrier and I run my own business. And I consider myself a professional. And there's a lot of professionals here tonight that actually have a lot to say. And this is our community. And I believe we should start a forum for community involvement and not have replenishment in the room. They need to be our people, our community, CSD. And I think we need to put this whole project on hold for at least a year. I mean, what you've done to the CSD, there's this big, massive report that they have to read. there's all this information, we just got all this research in that they've been doing, we need to digest it. And we don't need to replenish, and all these agencies within Replenish, reaching down our throat trying to tell us that we're gonna have to drink our poop water. Because we are not going to be drinking our poop water. Okay, and I have so many different ideas, I have pages and pages of ideas, and so do a lot of people in this room. And I'm gonna keep this short, because I expect to have time, I like to be able to do my own presentations and have my time to say whatever I feel like I need to say. And I think everybody in the community needs to have that opportunity. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Bobby Hazelton? Tom, I'll call you again.
One down because keeps my thoughts together. Okay, I'm speaking on the agenda item, alternative considerations. So in regard to the different areas for water reclamation and treating, I have a few questions. Have you studied the natural flow if you were to build a pipe for release right into the Baldwin Lake area? Have you used a red dye test and looked for the fractures? How many gallons of water would be available to flow downhill for the lake? Would they not? Do we know where and how the water is going to get to the lake? Where are the easements going? Whose land is it going to cross? What types of money will exchange at what point? Who is paying for the easements? Will this require pumps to move the water? Who will pay for these pumps? Is this like a Pelosi move? Prove now and find out later how much it will actually cost to the homeowners in their taxes? What is the bottom line? What is the cost? Are we concerned about tourism for the lake level? Is that why we need the water? Tourism has doubled according to Caltrans and the Resort Association or Tourism Association over the past 20 years. It has increased from 2.8 million to 7+ million because there is located in the proximity to about 20 million people of local people. Tourism has increased during the housing crash, after 9/11, during COVID, and will continue during the building of the green agenda. As an aside, there is no real global warming. It's hard and chemtrails are affecting the temperature and causing the weather. Regardless of the lake level, we have always recovered from the low levels back to higher levels without affecting tourism. Is it Replenish Big Bear agenda really being pushed? Isn't this taxation without representation? Who has voted on the project? Facebook people? What if I don't have Facebook? What if the voters voted multiple times? Why are we pushing so hard and so fast? Is there money to be made by board members, families, friends, people that are of concern? We can't just present it to the homeowner and ask them to pay if they don't want to pay for the project. And where will the water eventually go? Who will be owned by DWP and eventually be drained down to the orchards and residents? And those are just a few of my questions. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Tom?
Thank you. I guess to be my. Okay, I was curious as to what the sources of revenue for the federal government is. What do all of you truly cost us? And what percentage do we, the people, really pay? Well, I figured it out here according to this little chart right here. And we pay between 95 to 100% of our tax money goes to each and every one of you, period. The government has enslaved all of us. Read the 13th Amendment. You will see clearly what is happening to our government. Administrative law, which is you, by the government, for the government. The government has indoctrinated us into believing this law belongs to us, and it does not belong to us. It belongs to you. Now I'm gonna finish where I left off at the city council meeting last week. We would like to commend our entire CSD board for having the courage to stand up against our triad, the destruction of our water aquifer and our economy. Hats off to the CSD. Our city council and Barrow should learn from the CSD legends of the Big Bear Valley. CSD leaders will leave us with a legacy to live by. Our city council and Barrow will leave us without any legs to stand on, period. Half of us are moving out. We are united in this matter and support our CSD in ending the Big Bear boondoggle, an unnecessary, wasteful, and fraudulent project. Who is getting paid to who's getting paid to push this project through? You, our government. For what? 2 inches of lake water a year, 1 rainstorm period. See, this is more about personal gain than about our Big Bear Lake future. Our federal government revenue resources are 95% paid by we the people, but we do not get a say so about this project. A few politicians here in the Big Bear Valley decide on what they're going to spend our money on without asking us if we want the project or if we want to pay for the damn thing. This is treasonous and taxation without representation. If our city is going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars, we need a valley-wide vote or no go. Unless we can put this on the November ballot and find out how everybody really feels. The RO industry is a $2 billion a year industry that supports all the woke governmental politicians. J.O. Rinaldi, for example, serving the U.S. representative for California's 23rd district. He is woke. He is a woke vote for Southern California, and he's never going to change. He's horrible. It is a fact. Our existing government is trying to kill all of us, each and every one of you do. Especially the true Americans. Everything happening in this world today is right here. I'm asking Barlow and our city council to listen to our CSD board and stop boondoggle. Stop the boondoggle. Wasteful and fraudulent projects. Tom Sitton, we the people of Big Bear and member of the Big Bear Lake Voter Coalition. Here we go.
Christina Nels.
Good evening, can everybody hear me okay? I am Christina Nels. I am the publisher and editor of the Valley Patriot Press. I received a rather interesting and scathing document from an anonymous source that I doubt any residents have had a chance to look at, and I'm not sure that the board of directors has either. The letter is dated February 20th, 2024, and it's not been published on the Replenish Big Bear website. It's actually a letter from the Bear Valley Mutual Water Company and the attorneys that represent them. The fact that it's not available for people to see is a problem. It's not transparent government. The letter was sent to Bridget Burton. It also has been CC'd to the board of directors at Bear Valley Mutual Water Company. I think the Big Bear Water Master and Brittany Lamson, General Manager of Big Bear Municipal Water District. We've had at least 3 meetings since this letter was given to Bridget, and not one of us has heard of it. But I'll give you some highlights of what the attorneys had to say. For one, Barra presents conclusions unsubstantiated and unsupported by empirical or experimental data, scientific authorities, or explanatory information, and without presenting either a quantitative or qualitative approach to the manner in which those conclusions were derived. It's not possible to independently verify those findings or challenge the rationale used by Barra to arrive at the conclusion presented in the DEIR. Barra has fragmented this project, preventing a complete assessment of the project's potential impacts, and this truncated concept results in the fallacy of division, which causes DPEIR to overlook the project impact by separately focusing on the isolated parts of the whole. Sadly, none of the Bear Valley Mutual Water Company people have been involved. They've asked to be involved. State law and CEQA requires the lead agency to facilitate interagency coordination with all stakeholders prior to an EIR. BARWA has failed to coordinate input from affected agencies. The lawyers also contend that the environmental impact report does not adequately or accurately respond to comments submitted and failed to demonstrate a good faith effort at full disclosure. The EIR failed to have sufficient details and was not subjected to independent judgment, and BARWA has failed to act in accordance with state CEQA guidelines, and it's unclear if they have adopted any of the agency-specific guidelines. I do not know how you can go through a project 9 years and not talk to the people who actually own the water in the lake. I have yet to see any of them here. They don't even answer their phone when I call, believe me. I've tried several times. And it shows the lack of planning on everybody's part that has gotten 9 years into this project. There is absolutely no replenishing of anything in the water system with this program. $84 million pays for a new plant in piping to division. Constantly, when I go on Facebook and I look and see, there's message after message after message about, well, this is drought proofing the valley. This is going to keep the lake filled. Somehow that rumor got out and it needs to be corrected. There are many misconceptions about what this program actually is. And people are starting to wake up to that and figure out that an $84 million project like this has several serious problems. I don't know how you can continue knowing that there's attorneys that are looking into this. I have a feeling that you will be spending the next 20 years, instead of trying to find out whether or not you get a WIFI loan, I think you're probably going to spend the next 20 years in court trying to figure out whether or not you can keep the water in the lake.
Barbara?
Engineer. My name is Barbara Nation. I live in Ponskin as of the last year, probably the whole time. I'm a 24-year owner of property in Mitigation. I have a question on the distribution issue of this project. I have a background in wastewater treatment as a CFO of a commercial facility whose revenues exceeded what Farmers does, and also an environmental hazardous waste facility that was successfully turned around for the EPA. I am a former banker and accredited administrator and very familiar with financials, accounting, etc. My question relates to terrorism on this one. And I'm from Boston, which is a no-growth community, which most people know. I also regard San Bernardino County as a very low-growth community, and I've sat on their economic board too. I have not been successful in 24 years in getting a garage. Now I'm working on a wall, which they damaged. Not me, they did. Terrorism is a major issue, and I encountered that when I worked on the dam project in Nevada. It should be an issue here, and what I proposed in 2016, when last time I was here, was that we looked at something that was, I will call it distributive, because Bonskin has a flooding issue when it rains, and we have sewage down at lake level. I also have been president and CEO of a wastewater manufacturing company that did desalination. We could do in a container something that I could do the O&M. It was a little over $1 million back then. It's probably 2 million now because the pipeline costs went from $1 million to $2 million. My question is on financials and cash flow, and I've also worked in the petroleum industry and done grant writing and grant management. The financials I read in the paper were commended for Farwa, and this is not the first time they were commended. But there was an error, and 20 years ago, when I reviewed them before your time, Dave, there was an error then too, and there was actually default in managing the loan. The loan was, I want to say $2 to $3 million, maybe $4, but that's kind of pocket change to my usual deals. Okay, but anyway, I'm trying to justify in my mind why anybody would propose and approve grants with almost no return. The ROI is negligible. I've been to Wall Street, I've raised money. I went out with the mantra that water is the next oil, and I was successful on Wall Street. This is a $6 to $8 million business. I read in the notes in the website that the WIPIO loan is qualified based on the revenues. Most working capital loans are done at a percentage of the revenues because you never advance against your profit margin. You only advance cost of the business. So let's say that the cost of the business is 80%. Right now, I looked at it, and about 50% of the costs of Farwa are related to salaries and overhead. So I'm looking at this, is it 67 or 80, whatever $1 million project? How do you justify it in the cash flow base? How do I justify it as a retiree who went to the Denver, council meetings, the battle increases for our school and was successful when I didn't? Who owns the plans? What do you do with it? Can you monetize those? How does the EPA, who I've worked with for many years, work this one out if it's a loan that's gone bad? What do? They come in and they repo wastewater? My questions. I'd love to have some answers, and I really don't want to pay 17 cents a page for the report. And Ramos waived the cost for me to read the reports last time. So I think you need to make them available to all of the constituents, all property owners, all voters in this area, because they need to read.
Please refrain on the speakers.
Jim?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and board members, my name is Jim Aiken. I'm a full-time resident in Big Bear Lake. Maybe not getting into the details of the finance or whatever, but I want to thank Mr. Walsh for bringing up kind of what I find to be kind of an interesting thing, and that is, what is the value of the water to people in the East Valley if they don't see the lake when they're driving on a daily basis, and maybe not often? And I want to say, I shop at Stater Brothers. I shop at Vaughn's, like many of us do. I like to go to Murray's. I like to go to Oakside. I like to go to Thelma's restaurant. Why are these restaurants here? It's based on tourism. There's a friend of mine I just talked to recently who is struggling with her business because it's in the shoulder season. So the business is really dependent on tourism, right? So that's our thing up here with tourism. And why do people come up here for tourism? They come here for the lake. And the thing to keep in mind that the valley's economy is based on what goes on in the lake. It's a resort town, and the finances and services available are based on the finances of the lake. And what is the lake all about? The value of the lake is water. And is the value of the lake, water is to everybody in the valley. Thank you.
Patrice?
Good evening, Patrice Duncan, Sugarloaf. The comments I'm making tonight are my own and do not represent any organization on which I represent or serve on a board. It was very interesting to me last night when Lane presented the slide that we have lost 36 billion gallons of water over the last 44 years down to Lucerne. Why would we not want to keep that up here in Big Bear for whatever reason? So that's my first statement. Second statement, I'm getting mixed messages from my CSD directors. Back in May of 2020, or excuse me, in March of 2023, my CSD directors on this board, Larry Walsh being one of them, voted to pass along a rate increase, which included the replenished Big Bear fee of 22.5% to the CSD ratepayers. As everyone knows, this borough board is a JPA, a Joint Powers Authority, made up of CSD, of the county, and of Big Bear Lake. So my board of directors voted a year ago to pass along an increase to me, which we are all now paying. If y'all don't know that, we are paying for replenished Big Bear. It's in our current sewer fees. They then voted, the entire CSD board voted in March of 2023 to pass that along to CSD. So again, we are now paying this rate for replenished Big Bear. In December of this past year, December 19th, at the borough board meeting, our CSD directors on this current board, Larry Walsh and John Russo, voted to change the verbiage of the joint power authorities so that borough could, or replenished Big Bear could apply for the Whitfield loan. There was no question at that time. There was discussion and explanation, and both Mr. Walsh and Mr. Russo said, yes, we're going to bring it back to our board, and we're going to get this verbiage changed so we can apply for the Whitfield loan. There was a CSD meeting on January 15th, and I have it highlighted here that says, as a committee report, Director Walsh provided a summary of the items discussed at the borough meeting, including upcoming repair costs of various items. Nothing else was discussed about any concerns about CSD paying 48% of the cost of the Replenish Big Bear project. But all hell broke loose on February 20th when all of a sudden it was a concern. However, in March of this year, these board members voted again to pass along the sewer increase fees of another 18%, plus include 18% of the cost of the Replenish Big Bear program, voted to pass along to the CSD ratepayers. And last Monday night, the CSD board voted unanimously to put that into the budget for 2024-25. So get mixed messages here. While I appreciate the concerns that Mr. Walsh has for clarifying the details of the project, why are our CSD directors voting to increase our fees, which we are already paying for the Replenished Big Bear project? I would like to have scheduled separate meetings with Director Walsh and Director Russo to understand this, because again, I'm getting mixed messages. I believe in this project. I believe that we should be keeping this 36 billion gallons of water into the lake. I trust that you all will come up, or keep it in the valley. I trust that you all will come up with a good conclusion so that CSD feels they're getting their portion of the water, EWP is getting their portion of the water, MWD, who knows what their concerns are about the water, they're the ones that are going to benefit. But I trust that you all will come to a decision. But we are so far into the project, 9 years. Why is it taking now for you all to question what's going on? Why are we at this point? Please get your questions answered and come to some sort of a decision so the rest of us can get on with our life. Thank you.
Wilma Hayes? Wilma?
I am not as knowledgeable as any of these other people have been up here. I'm just a property owner. I'm a senior. And I do not really understand what this is all about, other than that I know we're gonna end up paying a lot of taxes. And I don't care if they've already started in 2023 charging us, or in December charging us. They're gonna charge us more. There will be more. I don't know who's making money on this, but I know somebody is. And it's not gonna be the homeowners. It's not gonna be the seniors. It's all gonna be the debt. And we're all worried about how much water's in the lake. I've seen it where there's no water. So I just don't understand what this is all about with all of this money. It's a lot of money will care to have it. We're taxed enough, and it's gonna get worse if you pass this. Thank you.
Anybody else wishing to speak? All right, moving on. Item number 5, presentation and introduction.
Yeah, this is. Actually, Christine's gonna take this one.
So, we are proud to announce that BARWA has been awarded the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting from the Government Finance Officers Association for the 12th consecutive year. And just a little excerpt out of the news release from GFOA. The report has been judged by an impartial panel who meets the high standards of the program, which includes demonstrating a constructive spirit of full disclosure, clearly communicate its financial story, and motivate potential users and user groups to read the report.
Congratulations. Oh, that's right. Excuse me. Yeah, we do need to close the second meeting, so go ahead and adjourn that meeting. Stay open on this. All right, thank you. Any comments from board members? Moving on, we have information committee reports.
So 6A, this is the general manager report. I just wanted to find out if the board had any questions with regard to 6A.
Any questions from board members? Yeah, seeing none, we'll move on to item 6B.
6B. One of the things that I wanted to highlight on 6B, this is the Replenish Big Bear, the general manager's Replenish Big Bear report. BARWA spoke with the Environmental Protection Agency with regard to the STAG grant. And the EPA advised us that the award of $2.96 million would not be subject to a repayment if the scope of work and the final grant agreement identified the final design in the grant. And if as long as the design was complete, that would be paid for by the grant proceeds. That's what we wanted to highlight, the fact that we could actually design this entire project based on grant proceeds. And I think that's a pretty big win for BARWA and this valley overall, because after the design, we could actually bid this project and actually get a look at the overall cost to the valley. So I think that's a pretty big win to actually have it paid for by grant proceeds. I would like to note though, in this process though, we would have to go forward with that that matching 20%. So we will have to execute a loan for about 3.5 million to continue the actual design process. So I wanted just to highlight that would require the board to consider an additional loan for 3.5 million to go forward with the design. Just to note though, that we would be reimbursed that money from the grant proceeds overall. So I don't, I just wanted the board to kind of take that in and if you had any questions about that.
So essentially then we'd be getting the final design for free.
That's correct. It's paid for by, it's been paid.
No, I mean.
Right,
Is that correct?
That's correct. It's paid for by grants. That's
Right.
correct.
So we would, if it's part of the WIFIA loan, it would not be.
Yeah, so
We would have to pay the money back. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
so, my suggestion is that we don't use the Whitfield loan as to help with the financing while we're getting paid back by the grants. And the reason being is if the board chose not to move forward, that would be a default in the Whitfield loan. And which would put us in a federal default, and that would also, impact the grants as well. So we would be default in the federal grants as well, and then we would have to pay back those as well. So my suggestion is that we use a, private placement to, pay for the design. And again, it takes, once we, have all the grant paperwork put into place, it takes about 6 months to get reimbursed, so we would take the loan out for 3.5 million and, pay for the design, and as we get reimbursed, it would, from the grant, it would actually go back to where we got the original, from the, proceeds from the loan.
Right,
So
that's
we
my
would-
saying, you would be able to pay the loan down, or almost completely down,
We would keep it on hand. But
right?
yes, we would have the 3.5 at the end of the design. We'd still have the 3.5 million from the original proceeds from the loan. But we would take it as a match, and then if the board chose not to move forward with the project, then we would work with the lender on a payback period.
So it is a way to get to where, Vice Chair Herrick is saying, so we can get to the point where we can get our design
Yes.
and then find out how much this is going to cost, because otherwise we can't move forward.
Otherwise, we can't move forward, and there's a lot of speculation on the overall cost of this project.
Right.
And, we can all throw big numbers around and, speculate on how much this is actually really cost, but until we actually go out to bid, you really don't know what the project like this is, gonna actually cost you. So we finish the design and then we go out to bid, we get real numbers for the board to consider, and then they choose whether to move forward or not.
Right, because I keep hearing all these big, huge figures, so this would be a way to find out if
What the actual number is.
that is true.
Yes. As opposed to all this speculation. So thank you for the question.
Didn't we borrow money to do the pilot program?
We did.
And we're not paying it off, we're only paying interest until it can be rolled into a Whitfield loan?
We're paying interest only until we can roll it into the Whitfield loan in 2026.
And that was 4.3 million?
That was 3.4 million.
Okay, I'm just, sorry. So now, the way I read this, I thought you were saying that in order to get the 2.96 million written off, we'd have to borrow 3.5 million. That's not free.
No. We borrowed 3.5 million. So that way, while we're doing the design work, we have money on hand to pay for the design as the federal government reimburses us through the grant process. It does take time. So it's gonna take us about, I'm gonna say 4 to 6 months to get the final, after the final paperwork done with the EPA for the STAG grant. And then, reimbursement, as we move forward with the design, we'll get reimbursed, and then that takes about, it's also 4 to 6 months as well for the reimbursement from the EPA.
That's why you're borrowing the 3 to 3.5 million at 4.5% for 15 to 20 years, isn't it?
That's right, to pay for the design, but which will be reimbursed by the grant. That's correct. So we'll end up with the $3.5 million back as time goes on, as we get reimbursed from the feds for the design. If that makes sense.
I mean, is a simple way to look at it, that say the loan is 3.5 million and you get the 2.96 million. You could essentially apply that toward that loan.
That's correct. I can't pay it back because we're gonna go after is a 15 to 20 year loan, but we're going to use that as our 20% max to the federal loan. Unless the board chooses not to move forward, and then we'll work out those details to pay the loan back.
But if the board chose to not push forward on Replenish after finding out what the costs were,
That's
we
correct.
still would have received that $2.96 million.
That's correct. We'll actually have the entire 3.5 back, because we also have another grant that will pay us that portion of the design back as well.
Where it was my understanding that if this was, part of the WIPIA loan, and for some reason Replenish was stopped,
Yes,
that we would still owe that.
that's correct. We would still owe that money.
So getting the different funding source is what,
That's what helps us is by getting the different, using a non-federal, funding source. Helps us to make sure that we don't default on the federal side, and then we end up with a default on the grant side as well. That's correct. So we definitely have to use a private placement, which is already a requirement if we, for that 20% match, is to have a non-federal funding side of the project, if that makes sense. I'm sorry, it's a little confusing, but I'm hopefully,
We will use on that future agenda item.
Spreadsheet on that?
Discuss it.
it's definitely, I would bring this back to the board in July for their consideration. If they choose, we've had an estimate from, NHA, our financial advisor, it'll cost about $105,000 to, obtain the financing of the 3.5 million. So, and we do have budget for financing costs in the Replenish Big Bear budget already.
and I believe at one of our last couple of meetings, we talked about the fact that it would cost about 10 million or whatever, we would still owe $10 million if the project was stopped.
That
So,
9.7 million, that's correct.
so to me, this would be, just a way to get that STAG money and not have to pay it back.
You're right on. Thank you.
What about the interest?
Oh. The interest rate is, right now, they're estimating the interest rate somewhere about 4.5%, right now. On that, 3.5 million.
So it's 9.7 million currently outstanding. Include this 2.96 or not?
It includes, the total design was 3.8 million, and that 9.7 does include that, and we would we would be reimbursed all of that, with this grant, yes.
But still owe 15 to 20 years at 4.5%.
If we, that's correct, if we choose, depending on the structure of the loan. Again, we would normally keep this, we would keep a loan 20 years, right? So we have, we would pay 4.5% on a 20-year loan for this amount. If the board chose not to move forward, then we'd have to contact the lender and about dealing with a payback period for that 3.5 million. Or 3.5 million. That makes sense.
It's 150,000 a year.
Exactly.
So it's coming back to the.
It would come back as an agenda item if the board supports the concept. I would like to bring this item back to the board in July. If the board supports the concept, then I can do that in July.
Let's bring it back for. Future agenda
I
item.
think there's a consensus on that, and so,
No,
well,
but you don't want a motion?
that's not an item on the agenda, I don't believe it'd be voted on, but no.
I mean, it's not an item on the agenda. If you guys chose to have me actually bring back terms and conditions, I could engage the financial advisor to move forward with the getting terms and conditions, or we can just bring the whole thing back where they're considered award of a contract for the financial advisor and some more detail on the loan.
So basically, what you're asking for tonight is to give you direction and move forward with $3.5 million, the potential for borrowing $3.5 million, cover the grant period, design period. The grant, the feds can't reimburse us fast enough on. So original, that's what you say.
Yes. That's what I'm looking for, consensus.
And the direction is just, the directors at this time, just to bring up that in which we will have another opportunity to discuss and vote on at that time.
In July.
In July, correct?
July, excuse me.
Yes.
Okay, let's move on. I think we have consensus on that.
Okay, one of the other things I wanted to point out in seven B, we had some, I think, the board had requested some more detail on specifically what was being spent on Replenish Big Bear. I just wanted to point out in seven B, Christine was able to break out all the costs for Replenish Big Bear and the actual billing of Replenish Big Bear in the report in seven B. So I just wanted to point that out. But if you look at seven B and you look towards the back of the actual report, you'll find on page 4, the actual Replenish Big Bear capital expenditures broken out in detail and who the checks were written to. Interesting. And hopefully that reflects the request the board had with additional detail on what money is being spent on Replenish Big Bear in every given month that this report will come out. I don't know if there's any other questions with regard to 6B, but I'm happy to entertain any other questions if you have any. Little section.
All right, moving on, consent calendar. All matters listed on the consent calendar will be enacted by one motion at the appropriate time. There will be no subsequent discussion on these items. The detailed discussion is necessary. Any other member may request that an item be removed from the consent calendar and considered separately. Are there any items that the board member to be removed from the consent calendar? Seeing none, can we have a motion?
I'll second.
Second by Dr. Stovich. Roll call.
Vice Chair Harris.
Aye.
Director Russo.
Aye.
Director Segovia.
Aye.
Director Walsh
No.
and Chair Miller.
Aye. Items removed from the consent calendar, item number 9, old business, item 9A, Replenish Big Bear full discussion.
At the last meeting, the governing board requested us to bring this back for discussion. We did receive 2 quotes for a pool. They range from 13,500 to about 25,000, still with about 250 participants. There's sufficient funds in the contingency fund to appropriate this amount. And so we just need direction from the board if they'd like to move forward.
Comments, questions from the board?
No, I mean, it was made clear to me at the last meeting that I had wanted it to go to a vote of the people. And that wasn't possible. So I don't really think the poll is what I was looking for. I think we've been hearing from a lot of people, they would have liked to vote it on the project.
Yes.
Yes, I want the people to have the opportunity to express their will, but I'm also conscious of the gentleman. Figure tourism, Max. Gentleman stood up and said, we were elected to make the decision.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm questioning that this is a lot of money to put something that really is unofficial. I'm just concerned that it's wasted money. We had the poll in the newspaper. In fact, we had it twice. One of those, we got screen captures sent to the board when it was in favor by 71%, but when it was opposed 2 to 1, excuse me, we didn't get that. So apparently that poll isn't credible according to staff. And I'm afraid that if you wrote this up, how do we establish who writes the questions, who can vote? If there are 3 people in the house, mom, dad, and a minor son, if mom and dad can vote, but the son can't, although there are 3 people in the house, it's kind of like the letters we were getting. Everybody with the same last name in the house, but you had to wonder, who's voting? Are they registered to vote in the valley? I mean, with that, those kind of conditions, I don't see here how it's gonna be done or how we know it's valid. So I'd rather not throw 25,000.
I agree. So do we have, any other questions, comments from board members? Sure. Yes.
Unless,
Robert agrees.
I agree with what you said.
I just have a couple questions. Was this considering sending out a postcard to property owners since they're the ones affected? And that would be registered, you're registered or you're not registered, if you're just property owner. Is that a consideration?
With the poll, the board has a lot of options. We would do a workshop so that you could create the questions. You could create who you wanted to send the postcards out. If you wanted voters, property owners, water customers, sewer customers, we can detail all of that in a workshop if you choose to.
No, it gets more and more messy.
It does.
The more questions that I ask. So I'm in favor of not moving forward.
So. Do we have a motion?
Can we have public comment, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, just like, any public comment on this item?
Joyce?
So my name is Joyce Chris, and as of today, we're hearing all about this project and these people here. What about hearing it from the homeowners? We need the time to digest all this information, these wonderful people. We would like to keep you on the team, but we have to pause this project for homeowners to digest all this data. And this project can't move forward anymore. The CSD has already voted down your budget. We say no at this time. We need to look at our other options. We have a lot of people with other ideas that you haven't listened to yet because you're giving us just a few minutes to talk, as I stated before. The people aren't even aware of these other options yet. So there's no reason to go to a vote. Like you said, it's not time. We still need to make sure the people are aware of all our options. And it shouldn't be a yes or no, replenish, put it in the lake. No, it needs to be more of a multiple choice. Do you want it to go in Holcomb Valley? Yes, I do. I want it. Would you like to give it to some farmers down in Lucerne? Because the value of that water is half of the value of the water that we sell. I learned that from going to the meetings. So we could actually potentially give all the water to farms that buy the water and pay for this project and have a true sustainability, because this project is not sustainable development. All their claims aren't even true. And the people need to know this. We need to get a community forum. I'm suggesting at CSD meeting that we create a community forum to talk about this project for a little while longer. We need to do that before we ever take a vote. Thank you. And in multiple choice. Thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak?
You can step up.
Thank you. The 53B brought this before the county board using a petition in writing. We went door to door for about 4 months. And we had to use title records to solicit the input from non-resident homeowners. That was effective, but it took a lot of time there. But it got presented to the board because they had the numbers and they actually know it. I think it's a reasonable option. Thank you.
Wilma?
As I said before, I'm not that knowledgeable, but I do have common sense. And my common sense says this is all a bunch of hogwash. You've got up there our mission. Part of it is and fiscally responsibility. Do I see it here? No. I see some money going somewhere. I don't know where it's going. I don't know if it's going up or if it's for them, but it ain't for us. Taxes are gonna go up. Tourism is gonna cost the tourists a heck of a lot more money than it is now. So maybe they won't come up here anymore and they have to pay $300 a night for a hotel room because of taxes. I don't know how much is gonna be left over that we have to pay. But from what I figured out, it's about $18 million. That's a lot of money per house. I can't afford it, so I guess I'd have to move. There is the senior I know at the senior home that wants this, not one. I don't know how you guys are voted into office. And I sure would worry about your jobs, really would.
Anybody else wishing to speak?
Pat?
I have all their names on these.
Had in here, but the sugar, I wanted to wholeheartedly support what, young lady said about getting together a public forum to sit down and talk about this. The problem, and I have written and asked for this, the problem is that this is an expensive but a huge undertaking. And there are so many moving parts that the lay person doesn't understand. This went on for years, and for some reason at the last minute, there's been a wrench thrown in it. So now we just got two different sides, but a lot of people don't understand what all the moving pieces are. I think that if everyone sat down and were able to ask questions and have them answered, that it would be extremely helpful rather than to come to a meeting, wait 2 or 3 weeks, then have it come back, because you can't develop a conversation. And then at the end of it, they have a survey, and not a bogus survey, put out by a paper that we don't even know 50% of what, 50% of how many does that paper even reach? We need something legitimate, but mainly the people just need to be educated to be able to make a decision. I do believe that the board has the power to make the decision as elected officials. I brought that up at CFP, and it isn't because I'm saying something bad that they should do it. I'm just saying that they have the power to do it as elected officials. But I think in this case, I've had a time to rethink it. I think that the people really need to understand this way. Thank you.
I want to give a thank you to Director Walsh and Director Russo. Whether or not you've spent 9 years supporting the project up to this point, I think you can judge a person by the ability to look into the evidence and perhaps change their minds. And I find that very admirable quality. I don't know agencies that spend more money getting loans to pay back other stuff. I have no idea what you guys are thinking. My grandparents who grew up in the Great Depression are rolling over in their graves right now thinking about all the money that's been spent to pay back something else. This is not the right program for Big Bear. I think everybody is all in agreement that we all want some sort of water sustainability program. This is not it. This is expensive. It doesn't even pay for the entirety of the program. And from some of the letters I'm reading out front, it sounds like other people have some significant issues with the environmental impact report as well. So that'll be an interesting work date.
I know there's just so much to say. Number one is I keep looking at this little piece of paper back here and it says that we, the people, pay 95 to 100% of all of the government's bills. We pay you, we pay these people, we pay everybody. Everything comes back on we the people. We the people pay, we pay, we pay. Well, I hear loan, percentage. Loan cost, attorney's cost, every cost in the whole world. We don't even get a say so, and we pay right here. It says what we pay, 95 to 100% to have you people sitting here, all of you. We, the people, pay. And you guys just play, oh, let's just go spend $200 trillion. You don't have any idea what this project's gonna take. I'm a general contractor. There's such a thing as plans and what's happening in plans, and then there's as-built. What really happened? Unforeseen extras. Oh gee, we didn't know that was gonna happen. Oh, there goes another $1 trillion. Right now, I'm estimating that by the end of this year, we the people are gonna be $40 million in national debt. And that's gonna happen, that's what's gonna happen by the time, when you guys are gonna be throwing more and more cost on us. I don't wanna say the F word because I've learned that if I'm like I'm talking in the church, but forget this stupid project. It does nothing. 2 to 4 inches of water in the lake, that's one rainfall.
Yeah.
That's a half a rainfall period for two, and I'm gonna tell you right now, you think this is, oh, it's only gonna cost $87 million? Bullshit. It's gonna cost $350,000. Then we're still gonna have to pay the interest and everything else. It'll take us the rest of our lives just to pay the interest. Forget this project.
Bringing it back to the board, we have a motion on the recommendations. We have 2 recommendations in front of us. One is to take no action, the other one is to move forward with the full. No full for me. So there was no motion? Yeah, that was. Or I'll make a motion. Yeah, we need a motion to. That was so much. To not proceed. Is that multiple not to proceed? For the second?
I second that.
I can't hear him.
Okay. A motion to not proceed, second by Director Sedona.
Yeah, I'll second. I agree.
So we have a vote, please.
Vice Chair Herrick.
Aye.
Director Russo,
To not go?
Right.
Yeah,
Not to proceed. in full.
yeah, not to proceed.
Director Segovia,
Aye.
Director Walsh,
Aye.
Chair Miller.
Aye. Okay, item number 10, new business discussion items on the item 10A, the resolution of the governing board of Big Bear Prairie Regional Wastewater Agency adopting the environmental findings and statement of the right considerations for the Replenish picture program. And that is.
I think this is,
Yeah.
David Dotson is.
We're having a hard time hearing you. What just happened? I didn't hear.
He just told Caitlin that she's gonna be presenting.
Before that.
Oh, we're on 10A.
Item 10A, which is the environmental impact report.
We just voted on 9A to take no action and it passed.
Okay, thank you.
90.
All right, thank you for allowing me to present on the environmental impact report. I know most of the board has seen the presentations we've presented in the past, which lets you know what impacts were identified. The draft EIR was not significantly changed between when you saw it in December. And February. And now, there were a few changes to mitigation measures, which I'll discuss, but I'm mainly going to be presenting on the responses to comments, just so you all get a little bit of an updated report on what was sent, because, the response to comments, the FD document. So I'm going to begin with that, if that's okay with everyone. So we received 24 comment letters were prepared, but there were 23 persons or entities that commented on the proposed Replenish Big Bear program, draft environmental impact report. Of those, it was about 10 were federal or state public agencies. 2 were from Bear Valley Mutual Water Company. And 11 were from public interest groups or from the public. And I just to let the person in the audience who's concerned about the Bear Valley legal letter, that's in your response to comments package. It was responded to, so it's all part of the public record. So I'm just going to kind of talk about general themes of what the comments were that were brought up. There were commenters and questions generally fell into the following categories. Ensuring that the downstream beneficial uses are protected, which includes the city of residents, San Bernardino Valley, municipal water district, and obviously Bear Valley Mutual as well. There were concerns raised over biological, resources, including the bird that checker bloom, which is a plant species, the unarmored refined stickleback, birds and nesting birds, general wildlife species that might wander onto the evaporation pond areas, and bald eagles and others. Another topic is the water quality impact concerns on both humans and the surrounding environment, and the checks and balances that are or will be in place to protect those that quality, which includes permitting and mitigation that was identified in the environmental impact report. Another issue was water rights, which was generally from Bear Valley Mutual, just ensuring that their water rights are maintained. We received some comments from South Coast Air Quality Management District about air quality permits that might be necessary. And we received comments about the brine pond lining and cover material from the interest groups in the area, which are friends of Bear Valley and the Sierra Club, the local chapters. Another concern was the nitrate levels at the Lucerne Valley site or the Lucerne Valley groundwater basin that came from the Lucerne Valley Economic Development Agency, which you should receive a second comment letter from them asking a few questions, to which we responded as part of your report, additional printouts. So I'm not going to go over that because you already have that material in front of you. I do want to just go over the fact that the responses to comments also included a section at the end called an errata that dealt with the pipeline that essentially traverses the north side of the airport. That was surveyed initially, and it was surveyed between the time that the EIR was published and when we responded to comments. So the cultural resources report was updated to reflect that no additional resources were found. So that can be covered under that initial cultural resource report that was prepared. And the findings in the EIR didn't change at all. All right, so we had several mitigation measures that were modified primarily within the biological resources subchapter due to comments from California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And also we received a comment from Tim Scranz, who's a biologist, and we actually have had several meetings with him since he wrote his comment letter. And he suggested some creative ideas that could be used. So we modified the mitigation measure to sort of reflect a way to protect birds that checker bloom even more. And there may be other options to protect the species by avoidance. Anyway, that was updated. That mitigation measure was updated. We updated the mitigation measure bio2, which was effectively to make sure that the botanical surveys would be carried out, and it essentially created like a few more steps that were suggested by CDFW. It's equally protective and would ensure that plant species that are special status would be protected under the program. We received some comments from CDFW regarding the stickleback, and as you know, that part of the program may be, put on hold for the future, but we did analyze those impacts at a programmatic level. So the CDFW suggested that we include a few water quality steps, like measurement steps in our mitigation measure. So we added that to that mitigation measure, which would be put into effect if that project was to go forward. And I believe there were just a couple more minor modifications. One specifically was to aesthetics, which dealt with how lighting might impact humans as well as animal wildlife, which was a question that was brought up by both Friends of the Bear Valley and CDFW. So all in all, the responses to comments reflect that the EIR The impacts in the EIR were correctly identified, there were no changes. The main changes were minor modifications to mitigation measures, not addition of the cultural resources report. And I can let EDK speak to the sort of accuracy of how we got to this point and why the responses to comments can reflect that no new significant impacts would occur. But I do want to bring up that I believe you have a copy of the Friends of Big Bear Valley letter that was sent, I think yesterday. Because we did not attempt to respond via writing, we're gonna respond verbally, so pardon the lengthy response. We just want to make sure we get our responses into the public record. I'm gonna let Lane, do you wanna do, I can go first if you prefer. But do you want to address the water quality? Okay. So the first issue with water quality in the middle, Lane, speak to that.
Before you go too far, will those comments become part of the record?
Yes.
Yeah,
Typed in?
yeah.
The
I'm
verbal-
pretty sure you type it in, or does it?
We'll include it in the PDF as soon as the EIR is certified.
It does become part of the record.
With respect to water quality, the letter mentions that the friendly EIR only talks about average concentrations of constituents that would be in the outflow or the effluent, and expresses concern that if there were a particularly toxic component that would even have 1 day of being in the system, that wasn't removed, that it could cause damage to the lake, the wildlife, and humans before mitigation if you figured out. And the commenter requested that there need to, define specific amounts that can be discharged at one time, not long-term averages. So this would be addressed within the permit, that NPDES permit that would be issued by the regional board. Depending on the constituents, some constituents have a daily limit, some have a weekly limit, some have monthly, some have quarterly, some have annual, average annual. And the regulators make that determination based on the risk of a specific contaminant. So the TDS, for example, is probably going to be an annual average. Because if it wavers a little bit, it really doesn't impact any beneficial uses. Something that could potentially impact a beneficial use, they're going to require our to monitor that much more frequently. So, the averages that are presented in the EIR are representative of the consistent performance that we would expect from the treatment system, but some of those constituents will be managed on a much shorter time frame. In addition, Title 22, the California Water Works Standards requires that reuse projects have online treatment monitoring. And so the treatment process, at all times when it's running, has online monitors and alarms, and certain measures so that we can tell if the treatment process is working properly. And if the treatment process gets out of spec, then those alarms would automatically cause the water to divert away from the lake. It would either go into a storage pond, or if the water was still sufficient quality to discharge to Lieutenant Valley, which it likely would be, then it could be discharged there. But there are automatic controls, valves, alarms that would even require operator intervention. If there were evidence that the treatment process was not functioning properly, that would be automatic. So we wanted to add that. I think that's alluded to in the EIR, but we wanted to add that more specifically in response to this comment.
Thank you, Lee. The next comment that we wanted to address from this letter pertains to grant operation funds. There were concerns that we didn't provide enough detail in the responses to comments regarding the use of targets or screens for preventing birds and wildlife from being able to get into the brine ponds. So I'm going to read my response just because I want to make sure that I cover everything. So in Barlow's response to comments, we specifically note that it is common practice to utilize fine mesh screens to prevent birds from accessing the brine evaporation ponds. This is supported by a reference to bird hazing and frightening methods and techniques with an emphasis on containment ponds from the University of Nebraska The link is provided in the responses to comments, so I also need to repeat it, but if the commenter would like to email to get those links, we can provide them. Because I have a couple of other links as well. Barwood directs the commenter's attention to pages 225 and 226 of this specific report from University of Nebraska, which demonstrates that applications of bird netting both can be one of the most effective methods of excluding birds from the site. Unquote. These applications include both excluding birds from containment ponds, unquote, which can be abstracted to include ponds such as the proposed brine evaporation ponds. Barwell offers that there are a number of products that can be utilized that are designed to control bird access while also minimizing the potential for any impacts to birds. Barwell refers the commenter runs a bigger to the following products, which I can again provide a link. The specific one I want to mention here is ABA Way Bird Control Services, which specializes in pond netting specifically. So their website shows sort of what this would look like, or an option for what that would look like. This netting would both create a physical bird barrier that will safely and humanely exclude birds and pest wildlife from landing and roosting in or on the water. And there are three options that I have both links to, but that's the one that specifically deals with ponds. So I just wanted to reference it to make sure that we're providing specific information to the commenter. So however, as the evaporation pond has not yet been designed to 100% specification, the specific product that will be used to determine will be determined as part of the final design. Pursuant to mitigation measure 529, which is the sort of check and balance to make sure that this does get implemented as part of project design. There are a couple of other questions in this particular comment, and they are addressed specifically in responses to comments 13-10 and 19-30, which acknowledges how the use of tarps or screens will be determined in its final application as part of the solar evaporation pond design. In response to the commenter's concern that impacts to birds or other wildlife using tarps or screens have not been disclosed, Barwood directs the commenter to responses 13-10, 13-11, 19-28, 19-30, and 19-31, which pertain to this issue. Additionally, in response to the concern, the EIR does not state how well the screens or tarps work compared to other methods. This is further discussed in response to comments 13-11 and 19-32. And I will pass the mic over to the EPA to discuss the finding.
Sure. So the last comment in the letter does ask why the analysis level for shade pond was less than the analysis level for other project elements. And that is because this is a program level environmental impact report. So when a program level document is done, you're looking at a collection of projects that are bound together with a common goal. That's what the environmental impact report is. It does provide detailed project level analysis for nearly all of the components. Shade pond is one of those that the EIR specifically called out as being analyzed at a program level. What that means is that additional SQL review would be required before any approval of that particular project is undertaken. And so at a future date, Mr. Lawrence has explained this a couple of times, at a future date, if there is interest in implementing that element, additional details will be developed, project schematics will be developed, supplemental SQL review would be completed for that item, and of course, it would be brought back to the board for further consideration. So I just wanted to clarify sort of the difference between project level analyses and something that is specifically called out as being only looked at a program level. So with that, we believe the EIR provides sufficient analysis of all of the elements in the program, and so that's the response.
Okay, and so with that, that's sort of ends my presentation. I'm here to answer your questions. If you had any questions or concerns about the responses to comment and questions on final EIR, I'm here to answer those and really appreciate you letting me do today.
All right, thank you. Any questions from board members? Russo?
No.
Mr. Russo, Mr. Stoles,
Not yet.
the Walsh, any questions? Here.
No, I think it's one Mr. Lawrence, unless she happens to know. Did the water we sent to Israel arrive?
It did arrive in Israel and it was tested. Yes,
Did it pass muster?
and it passed muster.
Let's see the results.
We have the results, all the results will be included in the pilot study report. The final results from the brine testing that was done in Israel will be included in the pilot study report. That makes sense.
And that
So
report
it's-
comes out before with you?
That would come out, yes, first, we're anticipating by fall, I think, that we're gonna have that.
Yeah, we're working on compiling all the data and preparing the pilot report now, and we'll have administrative draft ready within a couple of weeks. And so then I think that final, it depends on how long it takes for it to be true, but that piece, I think could be ready before fall. Fall is the updated treatment concept.
Okay. Yeah, so we anticipate, like she said, I think we actually have a meeting next week regarding the draft pilot study report. And then it will circulate to all of the everybody that's involved with that piloting part, and we'll make any final comments, and then they'll finalize that document probably more midsummer then, or early summer.
Yeah, I think it depends on the review process. If that is a presentation that the board would like to see, we can talk about scheduling that with you over the summer.
Yeah, as a board member, I actually had no idea that the report was back. I thought we were still waiting for it.
Well,
So,
I mean, we have the test results. So, you know, as we were, performing the pilot testing, we have those results have been returned, and that's what they're compiling, because there are, you know, weeks and weeks and weeks of results from that pilot testing. There's another section, there's a section of brine off of the RO unit was taken and sent to Israel for minimization, to go through their minimization process. And those results have now been returned to Barwa and its team for analysis. And that will be included in the report too. And that really talks about the performance of being able to minimize the brine from the entire process. That makes sense. So the brine was actually sent away, the actual brine itself, the salts were sent away to Israel to have it further minimize it and show the performance of their piece of equipment from IDE. So that will be included in the piloting report. Anything else to add?
I'll just clarify that what we do have back is raw data. We have test results back from the labs, and so the work, between receiving that raw data and producing a report is to, QC it with make sure there are no outliers, evaluate trends, and then draw conclusions and recommendations. And so that's the piece that's being worked on. The raw data is that, but all of that analysis and conclusions aren't quite ready. I think the June meeting is canceled, but we could bring that to the board in July if there's interest.
Definitely.
Has any of that data been distributed publicly?
No, the only data, oh, sorry, David.
So we did get a public information request, two public information requests for the raw data. And so, we did have two public information requests for the raw data, and that has been.
It has not been sent yet because we have contractual agreements with some of this pilot equipment providers, and so we need to review to see what we can release and what we can't. So BB&K is currently working on that.
There you go.
Keep the board members apprised.
Yeah.
I'll just add that in the EIR, there is a set of preliminary data from the pilot, from the first few months of running the pilot last year. That was the data that was available at the time the EIR analysis was done. That's in, I believe it's in Appendix 19, and it was used to evaluate the water quality impacts for the purposes of EIR. So it's a partial set of data that is in the EIR. But then we continue to run the pilot through March, and so it's only the first, few months that has been released through the EIR, and the rest of the data is being filed into the pilot program.
Do you have a question? I think she may have just answered it in that if we don't have the report finalized, how can we proceed with the EIR when it's counter?
Yeah, we have, a few months of pilot results from the beginning of the pilot. And we believe that that is representative of the water quality that the ultimate treatment would produce. And so we thought it was appropriate to use that for the analysis of water quality impacts for the EIR.
From the blank looks on some people's faces, is it inappropriate to do a Reader's Digest version of what the hell we're talking about?
Exactly.
I mean, in general. So through the piloting process. We took raw water from our system, put it through the piloting process. And then took samples of what was going into the system and what was coming out of the system. And those results were sent to an independent lab for evaluation. There's quite a few different constituents, but we're talking about TDS and pH and all the different constituents that we were evaluating. And those were, again, like I said, the inflow and the outflow were taken and sent to an independent lab, and that data has been, some of the data has been included in the EIR. So the first couple of months were included in the EIR as part of the EIR. And then there's many more weeks after that as we kept the process going. And we kept many more weeks, and that will be included in the piloting report. Again, all of the data is very similar to what you'll see in the EIR, probably almost identical in the results.
And the pilot name is simply a test version of what you propose to do, and that's why it's called the pilot.
That's correct. It's just a mini version of what we anticipated the treatment train to be.
And it went to Israel because they're the only company that does this, and it was cheaper to send to them than to try and bring the plant here to do it.
Yeah, the part that went to Israel is the brine. So off of the RO unit, there was a brine produced. And that was, I think there was about 85% recovery rate from the RO unit. I mean, 85% of the water went through the RO unit. About 15% went to the brine, and that got collected, and that was what was sent to Israel to further minimize and remove the salts from that to see how close we get to full recovery of the water out of the entire process.
And you said at one point, we sent a second batch because the first batch sat on the docks too long.
We sent two batches. We were contracted to send two batches. But the first batch sat on the docks a while because of we'll just say current climate there in Israel. And then, so our second batch, our first batch ended up in Israel, our second batch ended up within a couple of weeks of the first batch to Israel, and they both have been run and tested.
Any questions from board members? Public hearing, so we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. Those wishing to speak and fill out cards.
Sandy,
Sandy Steers from Friends of Big Now, some of I still believe that the EIR has not been sufficiently detailed. The project, I understand it's a program, EIR, I know what it means. But the details of each of the components have not been sufficiently defined, including when the project is defined later, will it need additional, sequel work or not? Sometimes it says it will, sometimes it doesn't say one way or the other. Some of the things that the EIR defines is that there will be excess like boron, nitrogen, things like that. And they say on that particular thing, it will be detected after being put into Stanfield Marsh, and then they'll decide what to do about that. That seems kind of late to me to decide after it's put into the marsh, but that's in the response to comments. The too much dissolved oxygen, and it says there's considerable uncertainty regarding what would happen when this enters the Stanfield Marsh. And again, they say mitigations may include mechanical interventions, but there's no details about what the impact of the mechanical intervention would be. There's no details about what other possible mitigations might be done. They don't say what those are, or what the impacts, or what the effectivity of any of this is. It's just not defined in enough detail for people to really evaluate what is happening in this project, and if it will be taking care of all the mitigations. I understand there's other permits that have to be acknowledged. I understand that all that has to happen, but it also needs to be defined enough for the public to understand and see what's happening. And I got my notice that the final EIR was out on Friday. So I had almost 5 days to be able to analyze 1,600 pages, including 40 pages of responses to my particular comments. And sorry, but I didn't have my whole life set aside waiting for this to come, so I didn't have time to analyze all that. There's other things that have been left out completely, where she just run across, like they talk about, when I brought up, the brine may be blowing, they said, if it dries out, it might blow, but I don't need that. They talked about that, first of all, it won't, it'll be watered down, it'll be this, it'll be that. But also that they won't have to clean out the brine for 100 years. And because there's so little of it. If that's the case, what's going to happen with those liners underneath the brine that are keeping anything from going into the, the groundwater? And so plastic liners aren't going to last 100 years, but there's nothing mentioned about what they're going to do with those plastic liners, how that will be taken care of and when. Those kinds of things are missing. And so, and I care about balance, I care about the valley, I care about the people. And so does all of our organization. And I just think it's being rushed through for some reason. And I don't understand why you can't wait to see what the quality is after they've done all the results and after they've gone through and put it out so that it can be put out to the public. So people who do understand all those details have time to look at it. It just doesn't feel like there's been enough time, enough detail that gives people really a chance to understand
what is going on and what the impacts might be and what proper mitigations need to be done to stop any of those impacts, because there isn't enough detail to know what they all might be. So it's too fast, and I would like to have more time, and I think that all of you would like to have more time to really look at the EIR, and look at the details of all this. And really know what you're approving. I actually are, in favor of keeping the water in the valley. It just needs to be done right. Thank you.
I thought since I've been down this road and some of my experience has been to fix things that were not done right. Monitoring, you talked about SCADA operations or monitoring systems so that things are automated. But one of the most important things that I added in the hazardous waste facility and requested that we added at the wastewater facility was spectrophotometry equipment. Because in today's age, you literally put a little vial into the machine and it tells you what the problems are. So cheap for monitoring the issues that you're talking about now, even Brian.
I'll do it. You want to speak? Step forward.
Well, I just have a couple questions. I heard something about RO filters. Where do we buy our filters? Who do we buy those from? And how much are they? And what do we do to dispose of them when they're toxic?
Well, we can respond back to you with that, those extras, Tom, but just go ahead and make your statement, and typically we don't, question and answer things.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, just one more question. I want to ask the attorneys, are you guys with, or do you work for BBK? Are you BBK? Are you BBK? I'm just curious. Thank you. So you say you are. Okay, thank you.
Try the environmental.
Okay, three are BBK and college. Okay, so three of you are BBK. That's all we want. Thank you.
Few things I want to ask. Remember them all. Who did the environmental study? Sorry. My firm is
I think the question was, who did the environment that report? Tom Dobson Associates.
And did anything come out about heavy metals, pharmaceuticals? How about, why did we send it to Israel? Isn't there a place here in America to do it? There's no place here in America that knows how to do any of this? And what would the cost be sending to Israel? And how do we know that that is our water? I would like to know how. Is it sealed? Is it watched over 24 hours a day? And why, when you got your results back, can't you just say, oh yes, it is wonderful water, but you have to check it out and put your own spin on it? It's not exactly what they say. I'm really beginning to not believe too much about what's going on here. I don't know who's making all this money, but I sure would. Would you like to answer that, or am I not supposed to get it?
No, we'll be answering that now. Staff would like to.
Okay, I
Yes,
guess
that's that way.
that's
You can reach out to staff. You can reach out to staff.
I think I covered it, but I'm not sure.
I think therein lies the problem. We can't trust anything that the board has been told at this point. We were told it was gonna cost a certain amount of money, and that's changed. Now I hear people all over the valley saying different numbers. Again,
you have a partial set of data that you're talking about for your samples. Why wasn't that particular amount not good enough? Why did you have to add several months into it? Word on the street is it's not as good water as you think it is. Again, another person talking about the EIR not being complete. I think more time needs to either be spent on figuring out the issues, the problem with the EIR, or this needs to be over with and done as soon as possible. We've spent enough money and enough time. Let's focus on something that's slightly more effective for the community and for the residents. Thank you.
Can I ask?
Anybody else wishing to speak? Please would take it back to the board. Comments or questions from the board regarding this item? Russo?
Yeah.
Still there?
I mean, I will say, I've spent a lot of time in the last month trying to get up to speed on all this.
Yeah.
And I am a little surprised that I somehow missed that the report was back, that the data was back. I honestly still thought we were waiting for it to come back from Israel. So that just kind of floored me a little bit.
We're talking in the last week. We just got their report and we made comments to the report and sent it back to them for them to adjust the way they're displaying the data to us. So that, it's all coming to the board. I mean, it was always intended to come to the board in the piloting report. The raw data was never, frankly, I would say, most people would not even be able to interpret the data that's.
Right,
the
I
way the
understand
raw
that,
data.
but I do know that when Sean and I were here last week we spent quite a bit of time here.
Yeah.
It just didn't come up in the conversation that it was back.
Well,
So,
right, and I'd have to look at exactly what day I received the data back from Israel to tell you whether I even had it at that point. But again, we're not talking about the water quality data of the piloting equipment. We're talking about the recovery rate data. So showing that when we sent over that they were able to get to that 98, 97, 98, 99% recovery rate on the water. Had nothing to do with the water quality data. It's really just about all that is pertaining to is the recovery rate. That's what we were looking for when we sent it over to Israel. It's just the recovery rate of the water itself, not the water quality. The water quality data, we have, but it's being compiled into that piloting report to present to the board for their consideration at that time. So that's just again, it had nothing to do with the actual water quality. All the water quality data that for consideration right now is they compiled what they had at the time when we put together the environmental impact report. That's the data that we had available at the time, and that's what was included in the EIR at that time. So since then, we've gotten more data, but again, it's being compiled for presentation to the board for consideration. So that makes sense.
Actually, I don't know if I can ask Sandy a question. But Sandy, how much time do you need to look this over? What's scheduled for April spring?
Can't hear you, Rick. Are you speaking to my?
I'm curious how much time you need. That would be my first question. The second question is, the issues that you have right now, can they be answered by Dodson and Associates?
Some of them might be able to be answered, that I just need to dig down into details, but the answers I received, some of it is just, it's always being left to, again, things are defined later. And some of that I think needs to be defined now. As far as how much time to review it, and then how they could review it, that would be great. It's huge. And I need to show it to other people that are experts in certain elements that I'm not.
You've heard the questions, you answered. So,
Yeah, can I just say one thing? So some of the answers are not going to be available until the design is well on its way. So when she's talking about, specifically about, like, say, the netting and those issues and how it's gonna be, you know, how the netting is gonna be applied and the plastic liners and those kind of things. That, at this point, we don't have that information, right? Because we, you know, the design has not been, you know, fully vetted just yet. And it is not a requirement of CEQA to have those things fully vetted at this point. It's what we have, and Charity can correct me if I'm wrong, but what we have is sufficient for answering the questions that have arisen. We have answered those sufficiently for where we are in the process, if that makes sense. Many of those questions I couldn't even answer for Sandy in a month from now. It would take, it will take until the design is fairly complete to actually be able to answer, because those are specific items that will be handled in the design.
So if I could, I'm really glad you support the project. I think that's really important. And CR Club support the project. And is there a way to have you part of the process? That we approve this tonight and the process continues with your involvement as we go through it, as we go through the design process?
I don't think that's my job. And sorry, I don't think that's my job to be part of the process. And I think it needs to be defined enough. I mean, I don't want it to be my responsibility to say, yes, this will work or no, this won't work. I don't think it is my responsibility. I think it's the responsibility of the EIR to say, if we use this, these are the possibilities of what might happen, and this is the efficiency. And if we use that, here's the possibilities, and here's the possible impacts to that mitigation, and here's what might happen, and here's how we would mitigate each one. And those kinds of details are not defined, or why we would choose this one over this one. It just all says it'll be left till later. And I know some of it doesn't, but a lot of it does. And I understand what programming IRs are, and I understand the details, that a lot of the details are left until the final, you know, until the project. And then, but some of these don't say that there will be a project, we don't know, or that there will be public comment. It just says that this will be subject to a permit, but we don't, it's just a lot of it's nebulous. That's. And it would take me a while to write out all the details. It's gonna take a while. And I tried to write as much of the questions as I could. And a lot of the answers say the same thing that, you know, as what was in the original document when I had the question. It didn't provide any more detail. And I know they keep saying that that's what's needed. I've done a lot of EIRs and I don't think it's true.
If I may, Director Harris, just to elaborate a little bit on the nature of the programming item, I really appreciate Ms. Steer's comments. So just a couple of clarifications if it's helpful to the public and the board. Under CEQA, when a program environmental impact report is prepared, as individual projects come back, the additional project details and design is created as individual projects come back to this board in consideration. there is a statutory obligation to consider whether that project and the impact of that specific project were adequately analyzed in the program EIR. If they were not, additional secret review is required. That is the current state of the law. And so the environmental impact report that is before you does attempt to be as transparent as possible in terms of expressly identifying where information was not available at a project level. And that's to disclose to the public, hey, there's still some things that we need to look at and consider as part of project design. The other thing I would note for the board and for the public as well is that Exhibit B to the resolution sets the initial baseline mitigation rules for what must be done in connection with this project. And when there is a 52-page mitigation monitoring and reporting plan that is included with the resolution. If this board adopts the resolution, those mitigation measures are binding on the project. That doesn't set the ceiling, it sets the floor. To the extent that individual projects come back later and you determine that there are impacts that require more mitigation, you will have the opportunity to impose additional mitigation at that time. So just kind of wanted to lay out the process in case that's.
So how are additional mitigations discovered?
So as individual projects are brought forward and their project design is known, the district staff in connection with experts and then bringing it back to this board for consideration, we need to lay out the factual basis of whether those individual projects impacts were captured in the EIR or whether they were not. If they were not, an additional sequel review would be done and additional mitigation could be incorporated as part of that process.
So I think in a sense, we could, the concerns that Sandy has, with, let's just say, like the liner itself. I'd be happy to bring that back to the board, during the design process, bring that back to the board for evaluation, whether I met that floor and ceiling requirement to ensure that I did. I could bring that back to the board for consideration during the process. So the things that Sandy is, I know she, that she was indicating that it wasn't her job to come back and do that. But it is underneath the purview of the board to review those things, the concerns that she has, and make sure that the design adequately covers the criteria needed to ensure this the safety of the birds or the wildlife in the area. So we definitely do that. If that maybe that would satisfy Sandy with knowing that those items that she's concerned about will come back to the board consideration to make sure that we've addressed those.
So the question, and let's go on our legal exposure. Do you see any legal exposure? That's
So as a litigation attorney, I can never give you a guarantee of what the outcome would be if litigation were filed. But we do believe the ZIR is legally defensible, that it meets the CEQA standard, that there's no obvious errors in it, and that the appropriate analysis was done. So we believe that it's defensible in the event of challenges.
Questions? No, I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah, I just have, I did have an opportunity to go through both the President Victor Valley and the Sierra Club's comments and took a look at the responses from Dotson Associates. Unfortunately, environmental review over the years really started out as a process of just open disclosure, making the public aware of what was taking place. Now it's become more of a legal process, and the result we end up with just a myriad of studies and data, a very detailed, wordy conditions of approval, primarily because I think everybody prepares something to go to court. They don't prepare anything. They don't prepare it for just the common man to review and understand. Believe me, I started looking at the responses and you look at them and you have to rely on the experts. It's just, it's too broad, it's too great for any of us to get up to wrap our arms around it. Maybe a few of us, maybe David fully understands it all and Caitlin and Lane, but you have to be a profession. I looked at that, I looked at the categories, kind of thought they broke down in a couple of areas from what everybody was saying in this. And when you look at an EIR, you want to look at two things, because I've read quite good EIRs myself, but first, you want to look at the initial study and see a lot of the significant impacts. You want to worry about the less than significant impact. You want to focus on that, and then you do want to focus on what the community says and what their concerns are. The Friends Bigger Valley's letter was pretty thorough. They really a lot of information to take a look at. I thought it broke down in a couple of categories, and maybe this can be, some of this can be put into a motion to approve, or we can decide to continue. In regards to water quality, a lot of data on water quality in there. From a layman's term, we're subject to the state of California and federal government on water quality. We're not going to put a drop of water in that lake unless it meets federal requirements. And whether it's pharmaceuticals, nitrates, or whatever it is, we have two agencies, well, possibly three within the community, that are going to be constantly reporting. There's no way around it. And believe me, we can put a lot of data. We can show you how we're going to do it in the IR and give you all the numbers. But the bottom line is going to be a federal or state agency that's going to do the thumbs up or thumbs down on that project in terms of water. And so in terms of water quality, we are bound. We cannot operate this facility unless they agree. And believe me, that is a very arduous, difficult task. And if they change the standards, we're going to be changing our standards to meet theirs, because that is the way it works, unfortunately. There's also a lot of talk about Shea Meadow and Sand Canyon, and I do want to clarify that. I do not see in obviously my 2 minutes, but I do not see in the future at all that we would ever involve ourselves with the project on Shea Meadow. That project has been mitigated, and it's pretty well established on how it works. Why we would ever consider supporting a project, build a pipeline to Shea Meadow, just even by logic. I don't know why we want to ever open up that door again from an environmental standpoint. So I don't know if that could be put into a motion that says, no, we're not going to do Shea Meadow because Shea Meadow has already been mitigated. That issue is resolved. Let's leave the door closed on that. Sand Canyon for me is almost like a contractual agreement. We're putting, which is outside, it's like a contract. It's like the resorts buy water from the lake. DWP is going to buy water from the lake. We're going to put it in there and we're going to call our share. It's our share of the water that we're going to get reimbursed for. But that's a contractual agreement. I think the attorneys pretty much said, and again, anything that DWP builds has to go through a full environmental review. We're not involved in that. They're involved in it. Our water goes into the lake. If we sign it, it's a contractual agreement. It's not an environmental, it's not even environmental, but because of the law, because we have to say this is a possibility, this could someday tie, or they could tear off, they could use some of these studies in the future that we've done for their project. It has to be put in the IR. But again, we're not, this agency is just, Sand Canyon is a totally separate project in itself with a brand new environmental review. Could be an EIR or mid-day. I'd probably be smart to do an EIR, but that's their decision, not ours. And then just to talk about the evaporation ponds, and there's a lot of questions on evaporation ponds. The solutions to me, and I have discussed this with the group before, and really similar to the city. Mitigation monitoring is kind of a hard to get around. You put all these mitigation monitoring items in an EIR, and then basically, let the community take the responsibility to make sure to get done. So it'd be my recommendation that we just right out just say all those items that are the 51 items that they mentioned, that we do an annual report. I mean, we just go back, we're doing annual reports anyway on water quality and everything else we do. Yeah, maybe we could, somehow.
We do an annual inspection of every facility in our plant. We do a quarterly inspection of every facility in our plant, and we do a monthly inspection. So those, anything that is not covered by a permit would automatically be put into those annual report that's conducted by the plant manager and myself on an annual basis. So we fully cover that concept and be happy to include that in our annual inspection. Anything that's not, that is not covered by a permit and already required to have an annual report done. All those.
So I mean, if we could deal with all those 51 items. There's a lot, I think, of what they're concerned about, the netting, how it's installed, and I think you talked about the facility design. Is the last thing I want to comment on, because I didn't really think about that. But I think that an annual report that includes all the environmental items that need to be reviewed on an annual basis or a continuing basis, just be included as part of your routine and report back to the board, so that the community does have an opportunity to see whether we're doing what we said we were. And then the facility design, that was kind of an interesting, how do you work the facility design into a public review process? And I'm not sure how to do that.
Well,
I mean, how do you compare that the EIR items required in the EIR to, for example, let's talk about the pond lodging and, that has to be designed, so we have to come in and say, this is gonna last for 100 years and you're gonna be able to walk on it. But how do we get that information back out to the general public as being adequate to satisfy their concerns? And I didn't really.
I can give you, so as part of the bidding process, once the board can make those plans available for review by the public as part of the bidding process, they're accepted by the board for bid, and so that review process can happen. And if you'd like, we can even bring those back to the Replenish committee for consideration. As far as like the liner or those things that are concerned that Sandy has raised concerns about. I'll be happy to bring those back to the committee for consideration, and of course, that is a public meeting, and so everybody could have their input at that point.
So again, I'm just been trying to get through, all the data and information. I can certainly understand Sandy's concern about having additional time to review it. I mean, it's 6 to 1. I don't know what we're gonna. I think continuing it, we give her more time to look at it. I'm not, the data is so overwhelming. I'm not sure where we end up. I don't know if we.
I'm not even sure, to be honest with you, I have any new data to present to her. To be honest with you, because most of the things that she's bringing up, like the water quality, the liner, those things aren't going to happen until the design completes. So I'm not quite sure what to do about that piece.
I don't know if we can. What's our next meeting in July?
In July.
Is there any way to do a special meeting between now and then?
I'm sure we could find a time that works, that works for the board, but
I'd rather not move this out, obviously, to July. And I would rather maybe in the next 2 or 3 weeks find another date for another meeting.
Yeah, the only concern that I would have is that doesn't give Sandy the month that she was asking for, so that is a concern. If 2 or 3 weeks, I don't think 2 or 3, I'm not sure 2 or 3 weeks buys her the time that she needs. And so, I don't think that really, I don't know, but. You know, if 2 weeks would be sufficient time for her to look at it and then try and set up another special meeting to adopt or to certify at that point. We could do that, but again, that would be, if 2 weeks would do that.
I'd rather, you know, if they could figure out within the next 2 or 3 weeks of this process to where they could have the ability to look at this, because the technical data, I mean, it's even some of the stuff that we mentioned, you know, we're not gonna solve in 2 or 3 weeks, we're gonna solve maybe 5 years in 2 or 3 months. And that's the issue, like, is there a problem?
We're probably talking 12 months before I would have like sufficient information as far as like the liner,
Right.
the bird, netting. I mean, we're probably talking 12 months, probably in the 12-month range before we would have that data available to, for, you know, the board to consider. You know, but that would give us enough time to specify those things. At this point, I really don't think I would have any new data to present to her in 2 or 3 weeks that would be sufficient to satisfy her questions about those specific items. If there are other things, maybe, but water quality, that you know as well as I do, that's not gonna happen because, you know, we only have the piloting report, and that's not gonna give any new data, and those are also, we have, you know, the regional board regulates the water quality either way, so it, you know, it almost doesn't, you know, we wouldn't be able to, it wouldn't be helpful at this point because that's who, you know, we would comply with the regional board on those things, and so
Would it, we may have to word this question, would it be possible to, we now in the next 2 or 3 weeks to draft a recommendation that included some of the items I mentioned, such as a manual report, you know, some broader issues to talk about the design facility we just talked, we could include into a motion that when we adopted the EIR, that those items be included. With the board, for example, we just talked about the facility design process. I don't think it's a big deal about recommending an annual report, but we might need more detail what that means. And then if in the next 2 or 3 weeks, if Sandy has anything else, in addition, maybe we can address it at that time. Is it possible to put that in a motion and adopt it in that manner?
Good.
is it something that you could put in a motion tonight, that
We could put it in a motion tonight.
that way, if you wanted it that way? Or if you wanted to wait the 2 additional weeks, that, I just don't know, you'd have to ask Sandy whether the 2 weeks would, you know, help.
Any time is better than that.
So,
Well, I think we just maybe need a couple of weeks to put it together, David. We'll try to do it at the dais tonight. I don't know what the other end.
Is there a reason you can't give her until the June meeting, July meeting? For 2 months?
I mean, the only downside to that is it would delay the grant and NEPA process. That's the only thing that it does, and, you know, that's the only downside to that whole thing, and then, of course, there's a, you know, obviously a considerable cost to republish and all that kind of stuff, and then if we continue this item, that opens us up for another longer comment period. Now, so we would have to incorporate new comments, right? I mean, Charity, maybe you could.
Yes, that's a fair summary to the extent that an action is not taken tonight. Up until the point that an action is taken, the administrative record would remain open. So if there are additional comments, those would become part of the record. If it helps in terms of timing, I guess I would also identify that the majority of the vast majority of the environmental impact report
that is being considered tonight is the draft environmental impact report that was issued several months ago. So it's not, I just wanted to clarify for the board in case it wasn't clear for the audience as well, but it's not as though there are 1,600 new pages of material. Almost all of that is the draft EIR that was previously published for public review. So if that helps in terms of time.
So that was published originally
December 21st.
December 21st. Just to, so we're talking about, that's 5 months of review period.
So what's the board's pleasure? I know again, this is a fairly complex, I mean, typically you're dealing with something a little bit easier to wrap your arms around the development project versus this is a highly technical, data-driven EIR. So I don't know what the board's thinking is on whether to give additional time for the public to comment. I'm not in favor of waiting 2 months. I just think that it's going to go open too long. I'd rather continue this to a date certain, so maybe we can avoid some advertising requirements.
They've been saying stuff over here that I would like to comment on, and I'm still waiting. You're trying to make a vote on what.
And I'm sorry.
He said there was a 52-page communication contract that we would be held liable. She said that with this environmental order, we're 52 pages.
We're not discussing that item right now. We're discussing what. No, we're not.
It was part of this report. Why the hurry?
Please, let's finish our discussion. And opportunity.
I would like to comment after what they've said.
So, cool, I'm in favor of delay for just a few weeks, at least, just maybe a little more time to work on it and then incorporate Sandy in the entire process wherever possible. And I also with your suggestions, I think those are great suggestions. I don't know how to incorporate that into a motion, but that's. We can in favor of a.
We can call a motion for when this comes back.
That's what what's that motion at that time.
Yeah, we can with the annual report and the Replenish Big Bear Committee design review. Okay.
So do we want to establish a date for special meeting?
Yes.
Now, so that we know where we're headed. I know some people have vacation time.
I'm 22.
You want to try for in 2 weeks for June 5th?
June 6th? Yeah, 5th or 6th, we'll get them in fine. Wait a second, no, I'm out of town.
June 5th or 6th.
I'm out of town. I'm not back into town until the 13th. Maybe June 13th.
I'm out of town.
We're gonna be back.
I'll be back on the 15th,
When's the leave town?
on the 12th.
Okay, make it probably. Yeah, we do that, so be back on the March 15th.
That's Sunday. That's, no, it's
17th,
so it's open.
17th, June 17th.
I don't have my calendar booked, so I couldn't tell you.
But just,
That's the same night as CFP.
we are, I'm out of town and she's out of town. I'm that week.
Okay.
How about I contact each of you tomorrow and
Okay.
get a better idea of what you're.
Well, the only good thing about having a date now is that we can continue to a date certain, and then we won't have to re-advertise, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
So let's come up with a date that works for everybody and.
You're out of town on the 26th also.
On the
Well, both of you are.
I am.
I am here.
You're here. What about the regular meeting in June? That's on my calendar already.
Cannot adjourn
I'm not here.
meeting in June?
Yeah. Yeah. I do know, 5th, 6th. 7th, 12th, 13th.
I'm here all the way until the 14th, so any days from between now and the 14th, I'm here.
How about the 10th or 11th of June?
Member Reed,
Could I have you?
7th, June 7th, June 7th.
The fire authority meets on the 11th.
On the 11th is the fire.
How about the 7th?
I'm good on the 7th. Are you good on the 7th of June?
Yeah, I'm good, 5, 6, 7.
How you know I'm not here? How as I say that, I'm not here either.
Could you teleconference in on?
I tell you what, we'll, that's the fix on it behind.
Is 5 or 6 not good?
No, you don't know the hike is good. Yeah, I know, I can try. Why don't you, we're just not gonna be able to do a date search, why don't you go ahead and see what people can do before they schedule it that way. It's on the 4th, too soon. We've got on level now, that week's gone. I've gone from the 2nd to the 11th. Well,
What about next week?
you do it at the end of next week, just,
We could, do it another week, we could do it next week, and I don't know if anything.
I'm at a conference the 29th through the 31st.
yeah. Why don't we go ahead and just have you talk to everybody and see what they survey. Okay. I guess we need a motion at this point in time.
We don't need a motion, right, or
Should we just continue at this, we'll just continue the public hearing then? Yeah. So really, all we just need a motion to continue the public hearing. Undisclosed date and time, but undisclosed date.
I'll make that motion.
A second.
Vice Chair Herrick?
Aye.
Director Russo?
Aye.
Director Segovia?
Aye.
Director Walsh?
I don't know if this helps Sandy at all. No.
No, well,
And Chair Miller?
aye. All right, moving on. During the 25th regular meeting. The next item, so everybody's out of town, so do we need a motion to do that?
Yes, please.
A motion to adjourn the 20th meeting.
I'll move to adjourn the meeting on the 26th.
I'll second that.
Vice Chair Herrick?
Aye.
Director Russo?
Aye.
Director Segovia?
Aye.
Director Walsh?
No.
And Chair Miller?
He wants,
He thought we were gonna.
Larry wants that meeting.
Yeah.
I thought I have it in my calendar.
Comments and announcements, general manager comments and comments from the general manager.
No additional comments.
Governing board members, comments.
Yes.
Well,
Have you still closing comments?
closing comments.
Okay, we set as a regular date to meet. And therefore, this could have been covered on that date, but only recently was that changed. That's why I say no. Patrice is right. There's a change in, if you look at things, it appears that I have waffled. What I said at the time of the last vote, it could appear that way. We have a policy manual here that says the board members are here to represent Barwa, not any other special interest. Well, obviously, we have 2 people from the city, 2 people from CSD, and 1 representing the county. So we really do have interest we should be representing. And I voted in favor of the CSD Barwa action because I understood why it was being done. Mr. Lawrence needed money. We needed to start banking things. So I went along with, let's present this. Now, the most recent action at the CFD was to make amendments 6 and 7 to the JPA agreement here on what Barwood does or does not do. Our board unanimously said, no, we would not change the wording. The year before, I think the one you're talking about was Amendment 5, and I have to go back and look to see which specifically it was. But I had to look at the consequences of each one. And I do not apologize. I think tonight the comment was made that this is something like a Pelosi activity, where you say, well, I haven't read it. It's 1,000 pages. I didn't have time. So I think we just have to vote to see what's in it. Oh, no, absolutely not. I want people to have time to look at it. Initially, when Bridget said this was starting, it was 1,000 pages. Then when I got the actual document, one chapter was 982 pages, so it's like, oh. And then Mr. Lawrence said, no, it's more like 4,600. I thought he said 4,600. No, 4,600. Now we've had this document come out, and I should correct, when I said page 624, I think you back up 36 pages to find what I'm referring to. I'll show it to you. And like the one gentleman said, he was getting seasick from rolling back and forth on his computer trying to follow all this. And he was told if he wanted a hard copy, for $1,000. We've had people want copies at their local library or the county office or borrow a CSD and city offices. There are documents out front. It may not be convenient, but they have been made available. The problem is, of course, is if somebody's here reading it, then what are you gonna have to share every other page? This is very cumbersome, very tedious. I'm sorry. But I do think people have the right to say, although with all deference to our council, they're saying this was done properly. Well, I look at the stuff and read through, and I really don't see that some of these questions were answered. But then I also don't know that the statement that the sequel was done wrong for Citadel Mutual. They're quoting all these sections that took them 6 pages to send that in. They are professionals, they are attorneys, they are defending their client, their mutual. So I have to give some credence to it. And I want to see what the responses are. And unfortunately, I am not comfortable that this has in fact addressed all the issues. And I know last time our council said that I was stepping outside the bounds of what I was asking when I said I wanted to ask about the minutes. Well, to me, that's exactly what I was addressing, was items within the minutes and trying to get some clarification. The gentleman, Mr. Bell, who gives his 51 responses, I don't see anything in there that says, why are we doing this? Did we tear up the property and that's what we're supposed to mitigate? Or is it just that they want somebody to pay to try and reestablish sage and sandbrush? I don't know. I am not comfortable with this at this time. And so, no, I would not be in favor of passing it or certifying it as it is. And if we certify it, it's like minutes. Even if they're wrong, if we approve it as a board, now they're correct. If we certify this, then it sets the clock running for everybody else, and we all have to jump through the hoops in this by now probably 5,000 page document. Thank you.
Any other comments? None of the meetings adjourned. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
Oh.